skin. Sing for yourself. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin. Sing for yourself.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hoffmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch, and it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
I'd like to welcome everybody on the occasion of the 8th Altibox Norway chess event. And I cannot express how happy I am to be here and follow and be the host and the commentator, not only myself, but the legendary, my co-host and commentator, Vladimir Kramnik.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you for kind words. And I can just also give them back. I am very happy to be there with an absolutely legendary female player, the best in not only in nowadays time, but in the whole history of chess, Judith Polgar, one and only. And today we have a very, very interesting round with some games. I'm really expecting a very big fight and exciting games. And we also have something very interesting for you. Hopefully we start to possibly have a few people, to invite few people who like chess but who are very prominent and who achieved a lot in their profession. They are not professional chess players, but very, very high level professionals in other fields. And today we are going to invite one of them, and hopefully next days we will have few other guests. So in about half an hour probably. So don't miss it as well. And yes, so let's start. I'm very excited today. I'm really looking for fantastic, interesting, exciting next few hours.
Well, now for the viewers, if they were not following us in the previous days, well, anyway, Fabiano Cariano is the leader with 7 points. He had a great victories in classical game. In the first 2 rounds yesterday, he actually lost the Armageddon. And we have Aronyan, who started to have really good form. He's also with 7 points right now. Is that correct? And Firuza is 5.5. Magnus Carlsen has 6 points. And unfortunately, the 2 youngsters, they so far have only 0 point. But we have an incredible, interesting clash today. And we see on the board, Jadoubi is being made by Magnus. Actually, this I think we can call really the game of the day. I mean, at this point, at least, because the world number 1 and number 2 is actually having their clash today in this game. And Magnus is playing with the white color and Fabiano is with the black color. But I guess also Levon Aronyan's game will be extremely interesting.
Yes, I think that, in fact, I expect all 3 games to be interesting in its own way. So if, let's say, the Carlsen-Carano game hasn't started yet, but it will probably soon. And so let's go. What, Judith, what do we check first?
Well, let's see. For some reason, I think I have some technical issues. 1 second. I think I have some technical, maybe you can have the control. The screen share, yeah.
Let me see, so I can try to move pieces, yeah?
Yeah, because somehow no, I understand, I think, because I didn't ask for my control. That was the problem. Okay, so now I think I have it.
Okay, so
do I have it?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Excellent. Sorry for the technical issues I had. I'm really sorry. So Magnus played d4, and we have Nimzo Indian on the board.
Queen takes c3, d5. I know something about this move. I've played
how many times did you play?
I don't know how many. I think only against Magnus I've played it maybe several times. I mean, three, 4 times in classical games only, and maybe a couple of times in rapid. So yeah, Bishop g5 is now, it's a move which is before there were, I mean, I think Magnus have played cd5 against me here, knight f3 also, but yeah, I was doing well in general. I think maybe all of those games actually ended in a draw. And Bishop g5 is the most popular move nowadays, but still, at least when I was playing chess and when I was playing Nimzo-Indian, I thought I had some good ideas against it and was able to equalize, but bishop g5 is a serious move. But no doubt Fabiano knows something about it. I have little doubt.
Can we say that actually we are witnessing not only the first number one and number two in the world having their clash today, but also the two best prepared theoretically players?
Yes, I would say so. Yeah, I would say
because
so.
Because actually it's not necessarily would be that way, no? I mean, somebody
yes.
can play very well middle game and end game and not to be so excellent in opening preparation.
But nowadays it becomes important, yeah, because you can see simply statistically, I believe that the third best prepared player nowadays in the world is Ding Liren, and it happened to be that he's also third, I think, by rating. Yeah, so we can say, at least in my opinion, three best prepared opening-wise players are at the same time top three in the world ranking, which probably is not a complete coincidence, something tells me.
Well, I think later on I will ask you more about the preparation, how much it did change. But I think for the moment, I'd like to go on to the other games. Well, on the Aronyan Firuza game, we have another Caro-Kann by Firuza. And actually in round one, we had exactly the same position when Duda was playing against Firuza. Is that correct?
No, not fully, because I think that Duda, he pushed h5 first.
Yes, we don't have h5.
We don't have h5. Yes. Usually h5 is considered to be a good move. I mean, a very useful move to make. But I suspect that Levon has something in mind, keeping the pawn on h4. Yeah. So
this is
one
always
of the usually.
Yeah, this is a big question always in these systems, and I forgot it. That the pawn is not on h5. So what can we say? What can be an extra positive plus for white? Not to have the pawn on h5?
Probably in all those positions with long castle, short castle, white might start g4, g5 idea. So maybe even knight g5 at some point. Yeah.
I would think maybe not only that. That's one thing, but the other thing is that sometimes it's just simply hanging.
True. But in general, positionally, it is better on h5. Yeah, I mean,
space.
It might be an important tempo in some circumstances. So it's hard to say. Yeah, hard to say. We will see how the game develops, and we will just maybe understand what is in Levon's mind. Why did he leave his pawn on h4? But I'm sure it was not a coincidence, or it was not just because he forgot to play h5. I have my doubts.
That's clear.
I have my doubts.
Though we have to admit that sometimes players forget things. One of the worst things I had in my career, I think, when I was playing with Boris Spassky, and we had the Breyer system, and maybe I can show you what I had. No, actually, it was a Breyer system and a typical trap that you play rook e8 first instead of bishop b7. So I could play bishop f7, king f7, knight g5, knight e6. I was already leading in the match 5.5, 3.5. And this was the last game because we still played it. We had a huge crowd of audience. And it was a very interesting game. And, you know, I have to tell you, I don't mind that I didn't play it because it was extremely interesting. I lost the game, but it was such a pleasure. Of course, then I was not happy when after the game somebody came to me and said, well, actually, you could have finished the game in these 13 moves. So it wouldn't be a nice feeling. And I learned a lot from that game also. But sometimes you make mistakes, which...
But I can tell you one similar story about this exact position, but with a pawn on h5. It happened in a game with Alexander Motylev, who is a strong Russian grandmaster, with some player who is a bit weaker, but still not bad. So it was exactly this position with a pawn on h5. He played bishop f4. Yeah, because the idea is that now after queen a5 check, which is very normal move, white is playing bishop d2. Yeah, if this is the main theory, bishop d2 and queen goes to c7.
No, but actually here it's white to move. Just long castle was played, sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, instead of knight f6, instead of knight f6, if black is playing queen a5 check here, this is supposed to be the main line, bishop d2, queen c7. That's why they're playing bishop f4 first, just to force bishop c7, instead of bishop d2. So what happened, you can even find this game in database, I think. He have played bishop f4, and I mean, no, not here, with the queen on d8, I mean, immediately here, bishop f4, and then his opponent went knight f6 here, and he just automatically played bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, just because he was so sure about queen a5 check, he went bishop d2. And I think he offered the draw next move because he couldn't stand it. I mean, this maneuver is, it happens, but something tells me probably this time h5 wasn't played on purpose,
Yeah, it's like when you put yourself on autopilot, which is not very much advised, especially in the opening. You have to be very much alert.
I can tell you also one story with me, actually in a very important round. It was the last round of one of the Dortmund tournaments, and I was playing black. I needed a draw against your compatriot Zoltan Almasi to win the tournament. And I remember I prepared, I was forcing a victory in the tournament with a draw. And I prepared e4, e5, all my Petrov repertoire. I repeated everything, spent 5 hours, repeating before the game. And then I came to a game. It was played early in the morning, last round. So didn't have maybe enough sleep, was a bit foggy still. Ordered a coffee, adjusted my pieces. And okay, he played e4. And I remember I started to look at other games, what happened. And I saw some games, there was a Caro-Kann, e4, c6. And, then I saw some Caro-Kann and just automatically I pushed c6, and then, okay, I hesitated, well, what to do? Then, I went c5, at least c5. But in fact, it was fun. I got fantastic. Then I started to play very quickly. I decided I play Sveshnikov very quick, as if it was prepared. And I got very easy equality, and it was a quick draw. So I was very fortunate. But and he asked me after the game, but what happened to you? Because you played c6 and this pawn was in your hands for 2 seconds, and then you moved it to c5, as if you were not sure. I told him, in fact, my plan was e5.
Well, there are funny stories like that, but can you imagine knight f1 is played here? So I
knight f1.
Most likely, white wants to go knight e3 and then g4.
And g4, yeah. So I guess this is the idea. That's why he has a pawn on h4 here, just to because with the pawn on h5, g4 wouldn't be so damaging for black if he plays long castle. And with the pawn on h4, knight e3, g4, g5. It looks a little slow to me, but of course it's clear that it's computer proofed. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Let's say, but it's interesting. I don't know if it was played before.
I'm pretty sure it was. I very much have a strong feeling it can't be a novelty, to be honest.
Well, I mean, complete novelty, it's almost impossible anymore to play nowadays, because there are, I don't know how many 20 million games in the database. But what I mean as a novelty is played on a high level, on a good grandmaster level. Yeah, that I'm not sure, but yeah. And it doesn't matter probably.
Let's go to the game between the youngsters, between Ariane and Jan Christoph.
You see, so it's a fight, yeah. So nobody wants a draw, as I predicted yesterday. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't play such a complicated sharp line.
Interesting choice.
Knight d4, short castle.
Knight takes b5 and knight takes b5.
Yeah, that was my favorite opening system when I started to play chess. The thing is that I've told one of the days that I had only a Karpov book, and I think maybe only one opening book, like 50 pages, all opening theory in 50 pages. Yeah. And so basically, I was, it's funny, I still have these notes at home. that I would just start to analyze like e4, c5, and I was just analyzing on my own this position, what to play. Of course, knight f3, I had some ideas that usually they play knight f3, d4, but there are lots of interesting other moves, than knight f3. So finally, I like to play f4, second f4. I thought it makes a lot of sense, and knight f3, bishop b4, and I was just analyzing it from the move 2. I was creating my own theory, and finally, this was one of the variations I was playing a bit, when I was a kid. So all kind of f4 lines, and I had a few games on this position with white. But
and how did you get so focused and so perfectionist and so ambitious in openings? How did it get started with you? Because I think it's very important that when at a young age already that you are ambitious in openings and you don't play things like what I did, King's Gambit until age 11.
Well, because it's maybe your first book was Tal's book and mine is Karpov. Yeah, that's a very big difference. But
so you actually took the openings, but Karpov played e4 a lot.
I did also when I was a kid, of course. I was starting with e4, but basically, all my old opening repertoire was based on this book of 100 best games of Karpov. So let's say quite often I would play bishop b5 because Karpov was playing it, and then all of a sudden somebody plays bishop c5 line. And if there was no games of Karpov in the book, then for me it was a novelty. So I was starting to play over the board. Basically. So that was my repertoire. And since Karpov had not so many Sicilians, I decided that I should analyze it from move 2 and found a very interesting move f4 instead of knight f3 and so on. Frankly, first of all, I always liked chess. I like to analyze, so it was interesting for me. It was not a work which is very boring and unpleasant. I quite liked it first, and second, there were different times. You used to live in Soviet Union, not so much entertainment, especially in a provincial town. TV, there was no internet yet, there were no mobile phones, there were no computer games. There were two main channels on TV in Soviet Union, which were very much alike and mostly filled with some Communist Party members, talking about life, and so there was not much to do basically. Then you analyze, and you don't have computer, you don't have engines. Well, you have to analyze something, so you start to analyze, and probably.
But you can analyze middle games and already interesting positions, right? Because I think that was the case in my study period, that simply in the opening that was just beginning of the game, and let's move on for the middle game when things are getting interested. And that's why I ended up in many occasions, I think, that I had actually difficult positions in an early stage of the game, and then I had to put in like 5 times of the energy. For example, when I was playing with Short, with Ivanchuk, with you, with many of the top 30 guys, it was very clear for me that I started to struggle a lot. I got a bad position or a difficult position. And then I was like investing so much energy to get back on track and to fight to be able to play a middle game. So I had to be really, really good in the middle game to recover my opening damages.
Yes. No, I see. Well, it's of course, I was also doing some work on the middle game, so tactics. But first of all, I haven't had any serious trainer, because I was I was born in a province, so I was basically most of the time working on my own, and then it was pretty chaotic. And for some reason, I've chosen openings mainly. If you can, by the way, another funny story is about opening, since we are talking about it already, and childhood. You know that my first ever tournament game played, it was when I was 6 years old. I played the first, our town championship. I'm on men, by the way. You can probably guess the opening which happened in this game. I've just went through my notes recently. I think I was making some order in in my cabinet, and then I saw my first ever tournament game. I was black.
I saw it because you were kind enough to share it with me when you were in Hungary. And it was
Yes.
amazing that when you were 6, you played the Berlin. And
I played the Berlin in my first ever tournament game, and I won in like 20 moves. Yeah,
I mean, what is it like this though? You play your first ever tournament game, Berlin, and you win the crown from Kasparov in Berlin.
That is quite a coincidence. And actually, I've played Berlin only because then I got already my second book, which was something about opening traps. And there was this opening trap with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, d3, knight e7, which is a totally nonsensical move. But the trap is that if knight takes e5, there is c6, and white is and black wins a piece. There.
You want to say e5, knight f3?
So I had absolutely no idea. Is it Berlin? What is it called Berlin? Just I saw only one game on it.
You
and
played
knight f6. No, knight f6. No, Berlin, real Berlin. So d3. No, d3. I think my opponent was not aware of the fact that the
pawn had to protect the pawn.
Yeah, that okay, pawn has to. And now knight e7. This was the book. Yeah, knight e7.
Okay.
Actually, it makes some sense because I want knight g6, c6, d6. But after d4, white is better. But the thing is that knight e5, c6, bishop c4, queen a5 check. I took the knight and won in a fantastic style.
Well, this would have not worked on the highest level.
Yes, with Gary, I was other players. I was choosing other moves than knight.
More ambitious, right?
Yes. But anyway, so it was good old Soviet times, and one of the So we can just quickly maybe go through the.
Yeah, so this is actually
games,
I think we have all 3 games pretty interesting openings.
Yeah, so we will just spend a couple of minutes or 5 minutes to go through the other openings, and then we continue some good old stories of Soviet time, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I think this seems to be we are going to have an interesting sharp game. Sharp, good Sicilian.
Yes. So usually white is trying to play, at least when I was 9 years old, I was trying to go queen e1, f5, and so on in such positions, and trying to mate my unexperienced opponent. And actually, quite often,
this is
I would
funny
manage.
that when you were 9, you were doing this, and to your unexperienced opponent, because you were already very experienced.
Yes.
And as you shared it with me, but let me share it with our audience also, that when I asked you in our Champions Talk last year, I asked you, so what age were you when you knew that you're going to be a chess player? And without hesitation, you said, I was 6.
No, it's true. I liked it so much, chess, and that it's not even about being successful. No, from the very beginning, I just loved it, and I had absolutely no doubt I'm going to be a professional chess player, whatever happens. That was my goal. So to be a professional chess player, and even if I would have been just an average master or something, probably I would still keep on playing chess. So it's quite a significant bonus for me that finally I got even better than that. Yes. So yes, Judith. So do we have the board now?
Yes. For some reason, again, I'm kind of having some issues how to get back my boards. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. So I will keep on telling some old stories then to entertain the public. So that I was playing this f4 line, and queen e1, f5. All those ideas were implemented many times, and usually I would go queen h4, bishop h6, and pretty often mate my opponents who were of the similar age mostly.
So this is an interesting game between Levon and Firuza. Mm-hmm. Knight g4 was played to stop all kind of g4 kind of moves.
It's interesting. It's quite unconventional, but maybe interesting. So queen e2, queen a5. I suspect that maybe Al-Rizahi wants to make long castle. Yeah, he's a bit afraid of short castle in these positions. So queen a5.
Queen e2. What's the idea? Probably knight e5 to get.
Well, basically the idea is to protect the pawn on f2, and to get knight e5 sooner than later, probably. So Al-Rizahi played queen a5. I guess most likely king b1 will come.
Well, king b1 is expected.
Yeah, it's expected.
And then maybe queen f5 can be a move. As one
queen
alternative.
f5, yes, and it's not extremely solid, this setup with knight on g4 and queen on f5, because maybe bishop c1 and then knight g3.
Actually, it's interesting that in these kind of positions in the Caro-Kann, bishop on c1 can be at least as powerful as anywhere else in the chessboard.
Yeah.
Because it keeps an eye on the h6 and in this diagonal, so sometimes it's simply in the way. I had a game with Korchnoi, I remember, and I had a very powerful bishop on c1. And let's see how is it going with the big game?
You mean the old guys, yeah? The game of the pensioners. But very strong pensioners. So Carlson, Caruana. I don't know if they're already out of theory or not. But let's have a look. Yes. Okay, it's still theory. I think Fabiano didn't expect this variation, and probably he's trying to remember what is the theory. I've played this position myself. I think I've played with Van Hao, queen d7, if I remember, I've played here, and managed to make a draw, but was a bit slightly worse. But there are many other options in this position. Yeah, that was the move I've played. But Fabiano, I'm sure he knows this position. It's just that maybe he doesn't remember it so well. So he might take some time because I mean, just to try to be sure to remember what were his notes and what are the best moves. And probably it was not something he expected, not the line he was expecting. And now he will try to be sure, that he is playing his notes and not some other move which is close to, which looks like his notes, but in fact a wrong move order or something. That happened to me quite often.
This is so interesting that the move orders, it's incredible how important it is. The higher level you go, the more details it has. Like, I remember when I was preparing against you and you had all these move orders, c4, then knight f3, then g3, then knight c3, and d4 you play only in move 5 because you want to avoid this and that and whatever lines. And it was like I was going nuts. I mean, let's make the first 7-10 moves and then let's move on. It was like the first few moves.
It's true. I was trying all this kind of knight f3, g3, c4, b3, but it's not just to set up, but in a very delicate move order. As long as I could remember it, now I prefer something like f3, g3, bishop g2, castle against anything. Yeah, that's easier in my age to play like that.
But you were paying attention. In what move order are you going to have your bishop on g2?
Yes.
And you wanted to avoid this and that, and you don't want d5 that your opponent plays, or if he plays d5 or she, then you don't want to have your pawn on d4 yet. So it's really, I mean, in e4 lines, it's not so confusing.
That's true. Yeah.
But in the c4, d4, knight f3 kind of English reti.
That is why also for young players, it's very important to study different openings, to study different games, because nowadays, especially nowadays chess, there are so many transpositions in all openings, especially those close openings to a different pawn structures, etc., that you need really, it's very advisable to know many different, at least roughly to know the typical ideas of different openings, because you are not never sure nowadays that you will not end up, let's say, playing Catalan starting with c4 first move, or or starting with D4 and ending up in some kind of Sicilian type of position. Nowadays anything can happen. So it's important to be universal and to know different types of positions, especially, and preferably also some concrete variations even in the openings which you don't play, which is not a part of your main repertoire.
Yeah, it is very interesting, the opening preparation. And maybe it's time to invite our guest. What do you think?
Yes, I can tell the story about this legendary figure. Because when I was young, when I was a kid, like 10, 12 years old, this gentleman was a very, very big star in Soviet Union. I mean, he's a little older than me, but he was one of the major stars, wunderkinds in his area, in music, I can tell right now already. And quite often on main TV channels, we would see concerts of him, even already when he was 12. And my mother, she is a piano teacher. She finished conservatorium, and and quite often we would watch these concerts. And she was always telling me, and my father as well, that you should work hard. That to try to achieve such a mastery as this boy has. And this is absolutely true story. Then I had a chance, and I'm very happy that I met personally this very nice person, a good friend of mine, and an absolutely fantastic musician. So Judith, you can continue your presentation. And a big chess fan at the same time.
Yeah, so we would like to welcome a lot Vadim Repin, the violinist, world famous from Russia. And he lives in Vienna, but I'd like to, before we ask you some questions, I'd like to have a quote by Yehudi Menuhin, who said about Vadim Repin is simply the best and most perfect violinist that I have ever had the chance to hear. So I think there is not much we should add to this, but we are very welcoming you to our show, to the 8th Altibox Norway chess event, and welcome.
Welcome, Vadim.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, we are. Yes. So I can just present to tell that Vadim Repin in music, in violin, is a scale of Judith Polgar in chess. Or if you want, at minimum Fabiano Caruana or Magnus Carlsen. Yes. So he's absolutely legendary violin player, a very, very nice person, and a very long chess fan, from the childhood. So Vadim, we would like to ask you the first question. First of all, how did you start music, and when did you learn chess as you're a kid? Where have you been born, when and so on? So something about your childhood.
Well, a little short presentation. Yeah, the third side. First of all, guys, it's such an honor to meet you because you're my heroes, Judith and Vladimir. And Vladimir, you're my great friend for such many years, and I hope sometime to meet Judith as well, because you're making fantastic presentation, and it's funny, it's nice, and it's very truthful. Well, I'm Siberian boy, so born in Novosibirsk. It's the third largest city of Soviet Union at that time when I was born, and now of Russia. And I've lived now in Moscow, but also in Vienna, as you said rightly. And so following the chess, and I have some memorable stories with chess. I started playing chess, my father taught me little moves, whatever is knight, bishop, and queen, and that was all my preparation. So everything else, I just was trying to learn or trying to pick up from playing with my good friends, and I had really great opportunities to be friendly. mostly with piano players. I found that the piano players are even more in chess.
Yes, Vadim, that's what also I wanted to ask the question, because I have quite many friends with musicians and very nice people. I really feel at home talking to them, having a company with them. And I've noticed that a lot of great musicians, they are pretty good chess amateurs, or at minimum, they're very interested in chess, following chess. So why do you think it is the case? And the same time, the other question is, who do you think are the best chess players among musicians?
Well,
or who are second best after you? Let's
Well, I must say that actually classical music and chess, both art forms, they have a lot in common. So starting with the, I think, with the structure and with architecture. In classical music, we have a really strict structure of structuring the musical piece. So we have a debut, we have a middle part, which is development, and then it's a coda. It's a final piece of Sonatensatz, and it is really, the classical music is special because by listening to a music piece, you actually feel this architecture present in great composers, especially great romantics like Beethoven or Brahms, and so on, going forward, Sibelius. And I think that is one of the absolute important point, what brings our arts together. And playing the chess, I find that it is really another thing which connects and makes our lives a little more similar, is that you need an absolute understanding with your public or with other people that you're performing together. And if you don't have a really giving and warm audience, the performance cannot be the same as well. So we are a little bit attached to each other.
Do you have?
And then,
sorry.
In chess, I would say that it's usually more about your opponent. You need some kind of very nice, warm treatment from your opponent to play better. I mean, if he's tough and very conflictual with you, then and is too strong and don't let you do your thing, that usually is not helping a lot.
Yeah, but that what creates the what you call it, the drama. That's what calls a conflict. And in music is exactly the same. The conflict has to be somehow developed and created on stage.
Mm-hmm. And so about the musicians, chess players. So how will you make top 5?
Well, I can make top 2 that are in my memory the most interesting, I think, or maybe 3, 4. Let's see. When I was much younger, I remember we had a wonderful tour with Evgeny Kissin, the legendary piano player. Yeah. And being 14, 16 years old or 17, we are from the same year. We played many games together, especially being in the train or in the airplane and waiting in the dressing rooms.
On a board, of course, yeah?
Yes, on these tiny boards, either magnetic or with the... I don't know how you call it.
Yes, I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's a traveling board. It was really 20 centimeters by 20, much smaller than...
classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
And then how was it? How was the fight? Who was better?
Well, I was able to win sometimes. For me, later on, when I was older, I started to play in the telephones, in the smartphones with the software. And I was losing because, of course, I was trying to get the best software possible and putting it in the middle level. I don't think I ever won the computer. I remember maybe 10 years ago, I was sharing my new software with you. And I think in like 21 moves, you say, oh, it's not bad. And you put the mate.
You know, it's interesting that I have a good friend, Ivan Fischer. I don't know if you know him.
Of course, fantastic musician. Yes,
fantastic
we perform
musician,
together.
conductor himself, and he's a great chess fan. Quite a few times I met him, and he came to my festival, chess festival, and it was once we were playing at the biggest, most beautiful place in Hungary, the MIPA in English. It's like an artistic building. And we had the simultaneous exhibition, and he was playing against me. And in the background, as it's a music building or art building, they had a very nice classical music going in the background. And then Ivan was focusing. I mean, actually, his preparation is pretty well in openings. He plays Sicilian, he plays this and that. And he was focused very much. And at one point, I was in front of him. He says, "No, I cannot play chess. You have to switch off the music." So how
maybe there was some false notes, yeah, and that was irritating.
I don't think so. But no? How is it for you if you play chess? Does it bother you if you listen classical music?
I think it mostly depends on the repertoire.
Okay.
If you play chess and in the background you have a violin concerto is playing and you don't know who it is, or you may recognize who it is, or the worst case, it could be your recording, and that is the worst, because then you start sweating and thinking, how good is this recording? Is it going to be okay or not? So all your concentration goes to that recording, unfortunately. But if it would be something neutral, maybe a symphony or a piano player playing or cello player, then for me it would not be any distraction. I would enjoy it actually.
Well,
good.
I know also that you have your own festival, the Trans-Siberian Festival, which actually you're doing for 17 years already. Can you tell us about that?
Seven.
Sorry.
7 years, yeah. Well, you know, it was idea to make an art festival, especially in my home city, which is Novosibirsk. And so the idea grew up dramatically. So from one year to the next, we had incredible guests, and many of my really dear friends and great musicians came to perform. And we somehow realized that many of them would like to come back. And so that was partly, I think, of the atmosphere of our public, of people who is in our team to help us run this festival. And I think the whole atmosphere was really brilliant. So we keep growing and growing. We have exhibitions, painting exhibitions. We've got some opera. We, on our 5th festival, kind of how you say, almost round number birthday festival. We had the Bolshoi Theater coming and performing one of the most beautiful ballet. And so we had the great musicians like Charles Dutoit, for example, or Misha Maisky, or Nikolai Lugansky, or Pinkas Zuckerman, for example. So the list is very long and fantastic. Kent Nagano was the conductor for the very first opening concert of the festival, and then came back a few years later. So this is really kind of very special. We have gypsy programs. We had Hungarian gypsies coming. We had, you know, from America, from Asia. We had the Chinese Symphony Orchestra. So it's full of happenings, and we try to create the atmosphere with master classes for young people. Or do some presentation of a documentary with the authors. And so to create the links in between different art forms, and in the end, to create the atmosphere in the city of a festivity that is, you know, directly connected to arts. And
but as I know, Vadim, it's also going abroad, now, your festival. Is it? Do you have any plans reaching Norway, maybe?
Well, I have a wonderful memories in Bergen, because in Bergen there is a fantastic symphony orchestra that is extremely famous. It's very cold there, but even
still
in
not much
September-
colder than Novosibirsk, yeah, probably.
Well, a little different, a little different. In Novosibirsk, it's much more dry, and you don't actually notice the cold. You know, you can go out for a cigarette when it is minus 25 in your jacket, and you won't freeze. But in Norway, I must say, I have also one of the most memorable collaborations of my life, I must say. Truls Mørk is a phenomenal, legendary cello player. Who is Norwegian, and I remember we made one recording together of Brahms' double concerto for violin and cello, and I remember going to Oslo to rehearse with him before this recording to understand each other's breath, each other's ideas, sounds, and so on. And it was, I think, the end of August, and I arrived from Italy or from Switzerland. I can't remember now where I came from, in a t-shirt, and you know, the feeling really is in the full of summer and sunshine. And when in the airport the weather was like +2 or +3, first thing I had to go is airport shopping, just to get something.
That's typical. I know this this typical Norwegian.
What a beautiful
weather.
country, and the views and the memories. I must say, it's fantastic.
And have you ever had a concert or played in Stavanger?
No, I know that Stavanger is famous for its festival, but I never yet had.
They have a very nice music hall.
Yes. This festival is extremely famous. And
I've played in this music hall myself, but not music chess. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it was very expressful and do I say it's right in English? Full of expression, expressive. I think that is a better
very
thing.
impressive.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Expressive and impressive, I hope, at the same time. Yeah.
Vadim, do you have a little more time so we can jump into some of the games and then we can ask a few more questions from you?
Yeah,
absolutely. I'll be watching you guys from the beginning.
Because at the same time, there are quite a lot of things happening, even though we are only in the opening phase of the game. But I think our audience would like to see some of the chess thing, and I think I'm very interested about your story, and we get back to that.
Yes, and we will ask your opinion also on some positions later.
Yeah. In the openings, I know only few names, but if you ask me how to get there, it will be difficult for me,
But I know that, I saw you play, and I think your level is like 1,800, which is already quite a serious level.
Sounds like a blood test.
So let's go to the main game, which is...
Queen exchange happened, Queen C6. Is it a classical move, Vladimir?
It is my game. I think it's still my game with Van Hau from 2010, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop F6, EF6, GF6, E3, and I think I played Bishop B7 here. I didn't like exchanging bishops, and I was slightly worse. He was pressing, but I managed to draw without too many difficulties. But I remember that finally, I was not so happy with the result of the opening, and finally I decided to play something else against this variation of Bishop G5. Somehow I thought it was not a full equality, and it seems that Fabiano, looking at his clock,
exchange.
Well, actually, his time. He spent already almost an hour, which means he's definitely out of book. And of course, it's a very typically, Magnus position. He's thrown in most of positions, but this is something where he's exceptionally strong. And if it's not so easy to equalize. It looks like lots of exchanges, but equalizing is not easy here.
I just wanted to ask you, when you said it's a Magnus kind of position, how do you describe it exactly? Is it that little something in the game little
Yeah.
possible to press.
Especially in endgame, yeah. Also in the middle game, but especially endgames where he's slightly better and he needs extremely precise and deep moves to increase his advantage. I mean, that is he is phenomenal in this,
Well,
and
I
that
think-
is
I think
exactly the
people-
position of that kind.
But I think people were actually more or less saying exactly the same word to word about your play.
I was not
Saying
bad
something
also
like
in this area. I was not bad also, yeah. But probably Magnus is the best, in the world, if not best ever lived grandmaster. I mean, chess player who is, to play this type of positions. But okay, it's anyway, it's not much. And if Fabiano he will not make mistakes and be very accurate. Normally, of course, Black must be able to defend this position, but it's not completely equal. I wouldn't be.
Вот смотри, я нажимаю на этот
I
лист.
wouldn't be happy having it with Black in general. Wouldn't be totally happy, but especially against Magnus. But again, it's nothing wrong. It's just slightly worse, no more.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Fabiano is prepared for, I wouldn't say defend, but to play this kind of position. Probably eventually c5 should be a move.
Yes, c5, white probably would just go king e2, rook c1, rook d1. And the thing is that it's almost symmetrical, but white has a king in the center. And of course, pawn structure is slightly compromised on the king side, which makes white game definitely more comfortable. Even if, again, I would repeat that probably no more than that, no more than just small advantage.
So maybe we can ask Vadim about his assessment. If we can ask you about what do you think about, we just decided that, well, probably white is a little bit better.
But maybe first, because I see that Magnus Carlsen, he went to a confessional room and he has said something there.
Okay,
I mean,
let's see.
So let's see what, yes, Judith.
Okay,
let's
so after
see.
knight f3, at this point, Magnus went to the confessional booth and he said something like this. The thing is that against this line in this opening is that there are many options for black that are pretty sharp. And if I don't remember wrongly, the line that he went for was played by Anand and Karyakin in Moscow in 2012. As far as I remember, there was a precise sequence to consolidate an advantage for white. The problem is that I can't remember any of it. Well, usually he remembers everything, and he was laughing here. So maybe he remembers after all.
Yeah.
That complicates things pretty significantly. I hope I can find it over the board. I was actually focused on sharper things he could have done in the opening. So he was expecting something sharper. The line that he played is known to not equalize completely. Let's see what I can come up with.
Well, we are like working as in a team. We are saying exactly the same things. Yeah. So I have this very similar assessment of the situation. Only that of course, I don't remember the game Karyakin Anand, but I definitely have played this myself. That I remember. So
Vadim, would you be comfortable here with the white pieces?
Well, I must say that it looks now as it is a chamber orchestra on stage, because, symphony orchestra is usually about 100 people, and chamber orchestra is much smaller group, maybe 25. And as I see the big artillery is gone, a lot of gone. So it is pretty much straightforward. I think it could go anywhere. Actually, the last move,
knight c4, attacking the pawns, yeah?
Yeah.
So what would you do?
No, it's just now. Yeah. Well, I saw the Magnus's move first for the f3.
Yes, knight f3 was played by Magnus, and actually he was spending altogether 6 minutes, including spending some time in the confessional booth. Probably it was 3 minutes there, right?
Yeah, I see. Well, knights going to be fighting quite hard now in the.
So now the pawn is hanging on b2. Would you try to protect it or give it away?
Well, I think I would try to protect this, or I see on the board the c1, the rook c1 could be.
Yeah, but probably it's a bad choice by me because black would be taking on b2, rook c7, and black takes over. If the king would be on e2 already, then white would be a great game. But I think here things
but actually,
would go wrong.
I think maybe knight king e2 is possible. King e2 I quite like here. Just not to lose a champion, because I'm not sure it's so convenient to take. No, rook b1 was my plan. Can I do that? It's quite tactical, but it might work. But now, if knight a4, rook c1, threatening rook c4. And maybe I'm in time to get back the pawn on c7. But then you might get certain play on the c line. Still, rook takes c7, rook c8, and rook c1. Yeah, I get the c line, and it might be in white's favor.
True.
Takes b5, not so easy because b5 knight wants to come back to b6, d5. White will probably, yes, get his knight somewhere on e4. It's hard to say. White has a c line, very important line, but black has a potential of the passed pawn, which can be pretty fast, you know, which can start to move forward. I cannot really assess if it's enough, if black has enough counterplay to equalize here. Knight b6, maybe trying to meet knight e4 with knight d5. But there is a strategical danger in this position for black. Again, especially because the kings are, you know, white king is already on the center and, you know, pretty close to the battle, and black king is still on g8. So difficult to say, but maybe king e2 is an interesting move.
So we can say white is probably going to be pressing a bit.
Of course, rook b1 is an option as well, but that might be an important tempi which would give maybe black chances to equalize, to play active. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. Or maybe even this king e2, maybe.
No, I'm not sure a5 will be good because
a4, rook c1, I want b5, knight d2, yeah, and then to try to attack the c7 pawn. Yes, but maybe rook b1, c5 already, yeah? Maybe rook b1 is just something pretty direct. c5, because in general, the knight on c4 is a good piece if you manage to keep it there, yeah? Yeah, king e2.
Yeah, but okay, probably dc5 takes,
dc5.
And of course, it's important that the pawn is on a3. Because, after king e2, rook b8.
King e2, rook b8, rook c1, maybe.
Well,
not much, yeah. Probably must be very drawish. Knight takes b2, rook takes c5, maybe even knight a4, rook takes b8. Rook takes b8, rook c2, rook b3.
Well, it doesn't look...
yeah, it looks very drawish, yeah, I agree.
Well, maybe
so maybe rook b1 is... yeah, here black will get also some counterplay probably. So
and
maybe...
actually we have c5. It's very much a typical Fabiano move.
Ah, but rook b1 is played, yeah?
Rook b1 is played and c5 is on the board.
Yeah, that I don't know, rook b1. I would really consider king e2. I mean, maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. We didn't have time to analyze it deeply.
Well,
but it would
we will
maybe...
have our first question to the world champion. Why not king e2?
yes. Maybe he will answer in his next confessional. But
yes.
but actually, king e2 is interesting. It might not work true, but it was because here now, after c5, it seems to me that black must be in time to, you know, to equalize already.
Let's see the other game, okay? Levon Aronyan against Firuza Alireza. What do you think, Vadim? Which side would you take in this position? Because I think it's very complicated.
I would take white because c4 is threatening. I mean, okay, I would take white because it's clear that he is not worse, at least, yeah? But objectively, let's think. It is complicated. Maybe knight d5 can be played also. Yeah, you need to
Interesting that in Firuza's games you have all these knight plays, knight moves. Like yesterday we had the game with 4 knights in the center, the full optimal chess rule, right? That it has to be in the center, and now also all these knights are jumping all over.
Let's come after queen a5. Let's see what has happened after queen a5 when we left chess for our music conversation. So let's say queen a5. I guess king b1 was played, yes, and queen b5.
Yeah, it's also a very typical square for the queen.
Yeah, because now we have to see that if c4, then queen f5 check comes.
Yeah, that's that is the drawback of king b1.
Mm-hmm.
But also if we take queen b5, at first it looks ugly for black, that black has a double pawn on b5, but later on black can go knight b6, knight d5.
And especially there is a problem with f2 pawn that you have to spend tempi on protecting this pawn. So rook d3 is very logical move. Knight b6.
Yeah, it wants to go a4, c4, d5. Any of this square can be.
I think this, maybe it's already a very serious threat. Knight a4 and next knight c3 check. Yeah, so knight d2.
Yeah, now actually if knight a4, then knight b3 seems to be the only move, because also after b3, knight c3 would be the
rook
killer.
takes c3, queen takes c2. So knight b3 then. But of course, knight on a4 is the Tarrasch knight, so not quite sure about knight a4. So what if it doesn't bring any very direct pluses, then probably better to leave the knight on b6.
So after black played a move 12, 4 moves ago knight g4, but now it's time for him to go back to f6. Mm-hmm. And now knight e3. So there is a very strange setup with knights d2 and e3, I must say.
Yeah.
It's not a very common knight setup in this system.
It's a very original way of playing, for both players actually are doing something very original and interesting. Yeah, I don't know how to assess it. I would say probably knight d5 would be a move which makes a lot of sense in this position. Yeah, I don't know which one. Probably knight f5. Yeah, I don't know. But
knight
then
d5.
Yeah, and setting some very, very, some very tricky.
Your nasty traps of knight c3.
If bishop e5 or bishop g3, let's say knight c3 check. Rook takes c3 and losing the queen.
So which means white has not many options. Actually, white has to take it.
It seems to me. Well, there are some options like playing queen g4 or queen f3.
Yeah.
Maybe, but taking on d5 looks like the safest way to play. But maybe queen f3. In general, it seems to me that black is doing okay. Yeah.
This is what I just wanted to say, that I'm not sure which side I would take.
Yeah, because even you can exchange knight f4, then knight d5. It seems that it's a very solid position for black.
Vadim, which side would you take in this position?
It's very difficult to say. I think for me, this looks so much more complicated, and especially the queen side. How you call this in?
Yeah, the queen side.
Queen side, yeah.
Yeah.
When the king is now on B, so he did,
on the queen side here it's difficult.
So you would be afraid to get mated.
Yeah, the
long castle. Yeah, because of long castle. So
I feel very uncomfortable when playing myself with the long castles.
Yeah.
So you are more a positional player. You don't like so much sharp things, sharp positions.
Or sharp positions. You see, I can think maybe 2 moves ahead, maybe if lucky 3, and
well, sometimes it's more than enough, I must say.
Yes.
Tactically maybe. No, but this other position like the
Carlsen
is playing, Magnus. You guys was concentrating on the queen side of the board. And what about the king side of the board? What could be kind of a fake move?
There is not much happening for the moment on the
Yes,
king
I mean,
side.
in general, for the moment, yeah, the main play is going on the queen side. On the king side, there is a structural. You see that black has double pawns. It's not the worst double pawns, but still there is. I mean, structurally, it is slightly in white's favor, but not a big deal, yeah, for the moment. So let's say if the f6 pawn would be on g7, if it wouldn't be double, then it would be just probably drawish. But with these double pawns, potentially, you know, for example, in rook endgame, imagine taking on d4, you change knights and have one pair of rooks. There is always rook h4 idea, which is very nasty, you know, in this position. This h pawn might become a weakness, as well as in knight endgame sometimes. So it's a very, very long-term positional. Yeah, rook might get to h4, and if, let's say, if black kings goes to the center, which is quite likely one day, then this rook h4, this pawn is not so easy to protect. So it's a long-term plus for white, this pawn structure, but it's not far from decisive or anything. But it's very nice for white to have a certain object of attack, such as h pawn in future.
I think it was a very nice question from Vadim, because of course we know that things are really happening on the queen side for the next few moves. But it is a very logical question, right? That actually, why are we so busy with the queen side when there is a king side as well, right? And actually, yeah, it's like simply in this kind of positions and openings, simply you have a certain period when which side or which part of the game you have to focus. And right now is the queen side that everybody is very busy with, that how to settle the pawn structure, where to put the knight. And then already much later in 10, 15 moves, when it's stabilized, whether black is going to be taking on d4 or black moves away with his knight and white is going to be capturing on c5. So once it's settled down what it is, then white is actually really going to be playing on the fourth rank. That's actually one of the key rank in this kind of position. And this is how white can give a hard time for black. Actually, maybe not the only, but one of the main character of the position, that on the fourth rank the rook will be playing.
And that's very important, you know, for professional players, and not only, is to have a global view on the position. Maybe we haven't mentioned the king side just because it's, yeah, we have it like a photo, in our mind. But in general, of course, even if the play is going on the queen side for the moment, but of course you have it in your mind as a professional player that it might, and most probably I expect it will come one day to the king side. Yeah, so you fix it, you have it in a very maybe deep corner of your mind, this h pawn, that it's weak. Maybe in 20 moves it will become a target. Yeah, and then you focus on the king side. So in a way, maybe seeing a chess position is like hearing as a conductor the orchestra. Yeah, so you have lots of instruments playing. There is somebody, one or two of them are playing now, so you concentrate, but you know that there are other also instruments and that they will come into the symphony one day. Yeah, so you have to have this, as I understand classical music, as a conductor you must have this vision of the full piece and full orchestra. Yeah, and then to keep it in your mind, you know, the full board, like in chess.
We had actually a move happened also in the Levon's game. So actually white took on d5, and after d5 now white has no other option than to move with the queen to f3, e4 or g4. Mm-hmm. I would think he will be playing queen g4.
Unless there is some tactics, I don't know. But I don't see what. Probably, yes. Anyway, black would probably take on f4. Queen takes f4, and it seems to be totally equal to my end. I mean, seems that black is doing fine here.
Okay, so let's go to the kids.
Yes, kids. So you see, they play like I've predicted, like I've played when I was 9. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go back to
Queen e1. I told you f5, queen h4, bishop h6. Probably.
Pasky like to play this way a lot.
Maybe
right?
Ariane had studied my games, yeah.
But the only thing is that black did not castle yet, and it can make a difference because probably black will castle long.
Might, yeah. For instance, at some point, if white is going very straightforward move like bishop h6, for example, yeah, which is a very usual move, then probably black can take on h6, take on f5, for example, to open up his g line and his bishop, and then
moreover to take a pawn.
Yeah, but I mean, even if after ef, queen f5, even if you don't want to, then you can play long castle, rook g8, and all of a sudden it's black who is attacking white. Yeah, I mean, it's black who has a very unpleasant initiative on the king side. So yeah, that's quite an important moment that he hasn't castled yet, and of course deliberately. That king still stays on a8, so you can make a choice. Yeah, you can still choose whether to go long castle or short castle. Yeah, and I guess it very much depends on what white is going to do. So it pretty much reminds me my games, but normally my opponents would castle very quickly because it's a good thing to do, as we all know, to castle in general. And then they would get bishop h6, knight g5, and then I would be very happy.
Yeah, let's say here it would be, well, not very much advisable to make a castling move.
Yeah, because
then everything is set for the white attack.
And I don't know how many times you, Judith, yourself have mated your opponents like this. I mean, I have seen a lot of games of this kind from you, from the white side. Yeah,
I have a bad image from this perspective. Yeah, so definitely queen d7 was a wiser move, and I like to play something like this to sneak out from the attacks if I would be playing from the black side.
Yes, but still, again, making long castle next is also not so. If white is making some useful move, it's also not so easy because white can start certain initiative like a4, certain play on the queen side. So it is an important decision now for white. Yeah.
Actually, black wants to take on f5 right now, I believe.
Probably, yes.
So that's why white has to be careful how to continue the game.
Maybe queen h3. It's not really the move I would be so happy with, but at least, yeah, maybe. Because, for instance, if g takes f5, maybe I can even try to play knight h4 after queen h3.
After g takes f5,
maybe
you want
even
to go
knight h4. Let's say fe, knight f5, bishop f8, bishop g5, and all in, yeah?
Yeah, it can
be. Some play. Don't know if enough, but let's say long castle, maybe there is knight d6, ed6. That doesn't work probably, but bishop takes f6 and d4 and knight d5, for example. Yeah.
So actually, Vadim, maybe we can ask you, going back to music and your life. I mean, it is very clear that in 2020, everybody's life was turned upside down. For the chess world, it was something very special. From one point of view, we had to stop the candidates tournament even at the middle of it, and practically there were no big tournaments offline. This is the first offline event without wearing a mask and without having a plexiglass. And we had actually the whole chess world practically, and all the amateurs and newcomers came on the virtual platforms and internet. How was it for you, for musicians? Of course, music is something amazing, fantastic to listen in any form. But of course, it has a special value, right? When we listen it in a music hall or we are listening elsewhere. So how did you survive and what did you do?
Well, obviously, there were many approach uh, strategies from my colleagues. Some made shows from home. Some was trying to set up channels to somehow feed up a little bit with the music, their fans, their friends. And well, in my situation, where I found out myself being outside Moscow, close with my family, that was a kind of at least 10-year dream come through. To be together for longer than 3 days or sometimes a few hours, and there was I've taking part in with my friends to some chats about music, about free time, things like that. But I was very uh, chambered, to say, little maybe too humble in a way of trying to use this time for internet uh, development or things like that. First of all, maybe I was lazy. Second of all, to me it was like taking a little sabbatical that I never did in my life. After almost 35 years on constant road and being home maybe 10% of a year, uh, I felt that this hunger was fulfilled, and I was just so happy, relaxed, and really extremely happy person. And,
But Vadim, do you have now? I mean, in the music world, are there some concerts starting again, or very little? I mean, how do you function? I mean, not you personally, but classical musicians. Do you start to have concerts, and is there a certain music life starts to happen? Yeah, it's also very interesting
yes,
to know for
yeah.
us as chess players. Yeah.
It's country by country. In Asia, for example, they're very strict laws, and so they try to make a musical season go with local artists. Also in Russia, we have plenty of concerts because we have such an amount of great artists, and at the Moscow Philharmonic or St. Petersburg, and I've performed in the middle of this time, in Mariinsky with Valery Gergiev, and then my festival is actually now taking place as well. We had concerts in Novosibirsk yesterday, before yesterday, already 4 concerts, and I'm planning to go to other cities in Russia to fulfill my obligations, because obviously from March and April we had to postpone many concert dates, and so they've been postponed on autumn, so October, November, December.
But
so
now it
actually,
starts, slowly.
Yeah, it's a lot goes on, but not so much with international travel, because every country is very cautious. In different countries there are different rules, and they make some mathematical calculations per 1,000 people, or per should be 100,000 people, not more than 40 cases. Somewhere it is 15 cases, and it is very complicated. And your kind of horizon of your planning is sometimes 24 hours, sometimes even less. So it's like 10 hours before concert, something can happen. It's either somebody was tested positive from the orchestra group, or some of the soloists, or somewhere else. Just in the theater, for example, there are a few workers, not necessarily musicians, but it could be any other people who got tested positive, so they shut down the whole theater for some time. So things like that happening. So it is extremely difficult. It's probably now really test times for people who are organizing the concerts. And I feel really sorry for these people, because so much extra work has to be done, sometimes 5 times of
exactly
usual.
like this Stavanger tournament we've heard yesterday, and in general, that how much they do to make it happen live. Yeah, lots of things.
It's unbelievable. Yes, it's really unbelievable, unhuman. That amount of work that goes into this. But we all try, and we all want to be with our audiences, because in the end, it is what connects us together, what makes us go, is to perform for our audience and get back the energy and what is created in the concert hall. A lot of different musicians say different things. Some say we play for public, some say we play for ourselves, there is different way, different temperament of artists. But I strongly feel that without our public, we cannot open up ourselves. So we need this contact. The more we feel the interest from the concert hall in the face of public, the more we open up ourselves to be more intimate, to be more truthful, to be more, just to give much more. And
no, I fully agree with you. Also, as a chess player, playing online and playing, live, with people watching, it's totally different atmosphere. Yeah, I mean, I guess Judith, you would agree as well. Yeah, with it.
Well,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's you can't compare it when, and especially for a musician, I think, but also for a chess player. I mean, we both were talking about it yesterday. I think that we had some special moments when you play chess and you have hundreds or thousands of people watching. So
Oh yes, I will never forget my little story with Vladimir. That he knows it very well. Is when I think Vladimir, you played Leko.
2004, yeah, it was. Yeah, I played World Championship match with Leko. Yeah,
exactly. It was the must-win last game of the match. And the day, I think, like 2 games before that, I was in Switzerland. In the hall, we came like a group of friends to be there. Yes, and then I had to go to Montreal, and I left. I flew to Montreal because I had concerts there. And in the morning of my rehearsal with the orchestra, from I think I don't remember, it was early days. You were, because of a time difference.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the lobby of hotel watching the game on the laptop, and I missed the time when I had already to run to concert hall because 100 people, the orchestra was waiting for me to start rehearsals. And I was, of course, mostly reading the comments because I was so much nervous myself. And when I remember reading this comment is that I guess Vladimir is making his champion must, something like that. It was translated from Russian. It's like it's now clear that this game is a plus, and you rest being a champion for until the next time. And then I went to the concert hall. I think I was about 14 minutes late to start the rehearsal. But when I spoke to Kent Nagano, who was a conductor at that time, I think I was pardoned. But oh man, I was so nervous, going to this rehearsal and saying, what do I say? Do I tell the truth? Do I say I'm jet lagged, I slept over? In the end, I said the truth.
You said the truth that you're following the World Championship match, chess
exactly.
match game.
And I was saying that it's my brother playing, and it is I could not leave, and so on and so on. Well, anyway, I was pardoned, and I remember this something of a really nice. I think it's a cute story.
Well, you are having a very special life, especially that it's not only your career is very famous and you're a legend yourself, but your wife also, Svetlana Saharova, a ballet dancer, world famous ballet dancer. How was it for her, and how did you? How was the feeling of it, not spending only 2-3 days together, but probably months?
Yeah, well, we still talk. And and I think, as I said earlier, for me, that was a dream come true. And I was extremely happy to be all these months, day after day, and just not getting enough. And still, when I had to travel again for some concerts, I still felt like before the pandemic, missing the most and waiting, counting days to come back home. And well, she had it a little bit more difficult than me, just professionally, because for the ballet dancer to stay in the physical condition and the way they have to work to be at the top, it's nothing near what us instrumentalists are doing. So because we take our violin, when I take my violin wherever I would like, and I can practice in the bathroom or in the train compartment.
Nobody will complain about it, that they
exactly.
have to listen.
I put kind of the mute on top of the violin that kills the sound, and I can practice even in the airport. But for the ballet dancer, it is a whole different story. You've got to have a special place, and you need a big room. You need all special things. You have to dress.
Does she play
specially.
chess?
We never played chess. No.
It's a dangerous game.
I think it's a dangerous game. I think she never had time to learn, because again, to be ballet dancer, it is an incredible.
Very demanding.
Yeah, especially not just a ballet dancer, but I think she's the only one, in the world who is a prima of Bolshoi Theater and La Scala at the same time. So maybe she's the most famous, maybe the most famous ballet dancer now, still in the profession, still dancing. So
yes, now we are waiting. She must perform in Bolshoi on 14th of October, and so she's going to rehearsal every day to Bolshoi, and getting ready for one project. Then she has another one in St. Petersburg, and so on.
And so you will have lots of free time to follow our streams, then.
Well, I have to go as well to play some concerts, but because of my, because of the gadgets that we all have, I think it's easy for me to stay with you guys. I enjoyed yesterday your presentation and the games. It was really streams. It was really nice.
Well, actually, we were very fortunate. I mean, we had quite an interesting games. Like Magnus's rookie one was maybe the move of the tournament, but at least so far.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, that's life. And to be able to experience this, and especially to watch chess playing, when you have to wait 12 minutes, 15 minutes between the moves, you can get in kind of
frustration,
a little bit on the side of meditation. But you make it so much fun, because actually it's really interesting, even for me, who if Vladimir said what I'm 1.8
1,800.
But even for me it is interesting when you go deeper, 3, 4, 5 moves, and see potential risks or see potential development of the position. It's fun.
So thank you very much, Vadim. Thanks a lot. It was a big pleasure. I wish you and your wife continue and improve in your things you do. Follow us, follow chess in general, and as always.
And please everybody stay healthy. It's been a treat for me. I love you both as a champs, and it's been for me really special to have this little chat with you.
Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you, Vadim.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So let's see what has happened since then. It's not so fast. Things are not developing so fast, but in these kind of positions, there is no fast things, right?
Yes, I'm a bit curious why knight d6 was played. In this position, c5, rook c1. I was expecting c takes d4.
Well, maybe Fabiano likes to have the different pawn structure, to have the pawn on c5. It has little dynamics, open.
Yeah,
path for
definitely. I
rook.
just like my knight on c4. The question is if I can manage to keep it. Yeah, that's a big thing. If not, then probably I wouldn't. Yeah, I probably shouldn't.
Well,
take
it will
on
be
d5.
not easy to keep it, right? White is going to be doubling the rooks.
But what I want maybe is to have a6, b5 maybe at some point, and
Okay,
then
so
maybe
let's say
move.
you go a6, I
Mhm.
go rook c2.
Yes, I go b5 maybe.
Actually, to be honest, is it possible to play
a4.
a4
Yeah, I was also thinking about a4. Yeah, that looks
and then
like.
play b3?
But again, there might be, some more pawn exchanges of pawns. So it looks pretty healthy for black.
But-
I mean,
but I think that-
f5, knight e5, I don't know. Yeah, not knight d6 and knight c6 comes.
I think simply for his character, he likes it more to have counterplay. And in that position, it's not that you have counterplay. You have to sit and wait and play the only moves maybe to equalize, right?
Yes.
And
But
here he wants to go more active. And maybe he thought that simply after knight d2, what he was playing c4, rook c1, I'm pretty sure his next move should be rook b8.
rook b8.
right?
Oh, yes, rook b8. And
There
then
is
king
not much-
f3. I'm a little
Yeah,
bit.
this is the position we have. And
Yes, I'm a little bit concerned about king f3. Then I try to get some rook endgame and h6 pawn. We'll start to. So I
well,
mean, let's
actually, the king on f8, it stands good, but probably it cannot go to e7.
yeah, maybe f5 is a move. Yeah, it
F5
looks
is
like a
unlikely.
very healthy move. Yeah.
Yeah, because for now, knight c4 will, it will not lead anywhere, I guess.
No, it's a
Takes.
slightly better rook endgame for white. Takes, rook takes b2, rook a4.
Yeah, rook b7.
Rook b7. Of course, white rook is more active a bit, but it's
But maybe
far
it's not
from
much. You go king
yeah,
f4,
far from
b7, black goes king
enough to
f6.
win the game. Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
And my h6 pawn will not be in danger.
yeah.
for the
No,
move.
so probably white should after f5. White can maybe try to make a useful
King f3
move.
is on the board.
I think f5 looks very logical.
Yeah, there is not much of a choice. Yeah, and later on, maybe if black not playing f5, maybe white's going to play.
Yeah. The only problem after f5, what is the next move? Yeah, let's say if white is
H3?
just trying to play h3 or king f4, maybe what is black's next? Because once he starts to play rook b6 or something, then white has b3 or b4. Yeah, because the rook is. I mean, it's maybe.
But okay, so what? I go rook b5, let's say.
And if b3, I mean, I probably can try to take the pawn, the c4 pawn.
Uh-huh. And if rook a5?
Well, let's say a4.
But you're not threatening with anything. Knight c4.
No,
is
I
it?
won't.
No, then this is not good. Okay. So I have to be going something.
It's not so. Maybe just king g7 and also wait. Yeah, also trying to get king on f6 somewhere. White also has a certain idea in this position to try to play g4. Yeah, it's a position which is difficult to improve for both sides. But probably it's true that sooner or later white will get to this rook endgame. But in fact, actually he can get a rook endgame and rook c7 with a pawn up. Yeah.
Here
Let's say, or instead of h3, let's say, yeah, after king f3, f5, I can just take on c4, yeah, and then to play rook c7. Takes, rook takes b2, rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7 is a better.
I'm taking the pawn, but the question is if it's enough. I doubt. Yeah, rook c5, a4, rook c4, whatever the pawn.
No,
can
but
be.
actually, I mean, can't black avoid this to give a pawn?
But maybe it is actually a draw. Yeah, because in this, I'm not sure black can avoid it really. But maybe you don't have to, because in this position you put your rook on a2. king on f6, and because of the second rank, it's very difficult for white to
Actually,
win.
that's true. That it's very hard for white
Oh, king
to
g7, king f6. Yeah, I mean
be
this.
the king.
And then yes, you need to move all your pawns out of away
you
from
go,
the
let's
second.
say
h3, h5. I suspect I would put my king on g7 just in case, maybe.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah.
you will put your king on f6 anyway, no?
Yeah, but g7 just to be closer to h pawn, just in case, probably.
Even though there is no danger at
Yeah.
all, just the feeling for it, right?
Yes, but h3, h5. Of course, it's not 100% guaranteed a draw, but it must be drawable, as we say. Because, but of course, you have to be careful here still, yeah. Because
Yeah,
even
it's pretty drawish, but is there anything else for black actually? Can he do anything against it?
I'm not sure, because this is a threat. I mean, threat. It's not, but it's an option. Knight c4 next, and I'm not sure black can do much to.
Can black play c3?
C3. Maybe, yeah. Interesting move, yeah. Very interesting. Because, yeah, if BC, knight c4.
Vladimir,
maybe,
I'm
yeah.
learning fast. You see, you
No,
are
it's a
giving
very,
up
very
all
good
these
idea.
kind of pawns.
Haven't crossed my mind at all, but it's a very, very nice idea. Yeah, knight c4, rook c4. And then, well, it's still a pawn, but now, of course, black rooks are very active. You want rook b3, rook a4. This must be very close to a draw. I agree. And if I take with a rook on c3,
yeah, then I
rook
take
takes c3. Again, if bc is on rook b2, yeah, rook becomes very active.
Yeah, king e2 is not possible.
Yeah, not
Cannot go with your
yeah,
rook.
and then knight gets to c4. No, that is nothing.
This is
So
not
maybe
what Magnus likes.
yeah, so maybe rook takes c3 instead of bc3. Yeah, rook takes b2, rook d3, but that is not.
But
okay.
that is no big deal. Okay, black
Yeah.
will not blunder king e7.
Yes,
This
and
we
he
will
will. Yeah, he
skip
will
this
play
blunder.
rook takes d6. Yeah, but he will play rook b6, and that is the end of any troubles.
Yeah, it's end of story.
Yeah, excellent move, c3. Yeah, excellent move. I think it's. Let's see if Magnus. I mean, if it will be played by.
Well, maybe knight e4 is a move. No, because c takes b2.
C takes b2. No, it's just maybe. In fact, that is the reason why king f3 was not so accurate. I don't know, but from
what
other
can you
point
play?
of view, what
But
else?
if you don't play king f3, what do you do?
Yeah, what else? Yeah, maybe knight b1, but that's too slow. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of being too smart, no? I mean, then this d6 knight is defending the c4.
Yes, trying to get knight on c3, second rook on d2
And
if
then?
black doubles on b line, but that's not even better for
But
white. Yeah.
I don't know, I can even go rook b3 or
Yeah,
rook
my idea
d1.
was rook d1 and then knight c3, rook d2. At least I protect this, but then it's very difficult to improve, yeah, because white's pieces
But
are very passive.
why would white be better?
Yeah, I'm right. It's just I'm trying to find any idea to keep it going, because knight d2, c3 seems to be a really strong move. Yeah, bc, knight c4, and it's not very realistic that white can do something in these double rook endgames. Not even sure if he can manage to keep his extra pawn to start with.
Yeah, maybe he should be trying to take
And
rook d1.
Rook d1, and if rook b3,
Rook d7,
rook takes a3, I have.
then rook b2.
Rook b2. Yeah, that is it's true. So maybe rook d7, I must just go a5. Yeah, a5
Sorry?
looks. A5 maybe now looks good.
But still rook a7.
Still rook a7 and trying to.
a4, rook d2.
Yes, trying to get rook d2. Yeah, that's.
No, actually here maybe anyway black has to take on c3, but then it was better the way we were looking with f5.
Rook d7, so rook a3, rook. I'm sure there must be a way. Maybe then instead of rook b3, I must just after rook d1, yeah, play king e7 or something. Rook d4 at least you have. Then Rook c8. Yeah?
C8.
Maybe white will manage finally
Rook
to
B2, Rook
get
C7, yeah?
Rook b2, yes, Rook d2, Rook c7, yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
now
it's
it's
typical endgame where it's like nuances, right? I mean, maybe we can say that, okay, after c3 is just a draw, but if white manages just to keep
yes.
pawn, maybe it's not a draw
But
immediately.
probably it should be, yeah. It's somehow feeling even maybe in this position instead of Rook c7, you can even probably take on d4, cd4, Rook c3.
Yes.
I mean, with a passive Rook, not too many chances.
But okay, this is, for example, we can say again that if, and I'm pretty sure that Fabiano is thinking about c3 or to do something else, it is a crucial moment of the game, one of the crucial moments.
Yes, well, maybe there is also another option like Rook c5. Maybe it's also some calculation. I mean, the idea is that after knight
maybe g4 white is going to be playing.
Then my plan is to move away the rook, yeah? Which actually also possible like Rook d8.
Yeah, why not Rook d8?
Also Rook d8 is possible, yeah?
It's also a reasonable movement.
Very reasonable, yeah. Maybe Rook b. Yeah, it must be nothing really special for white here.
No, actually, I like the d6 knight quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is even.
I think this is not a big danger for Fabi for sure. Let's go to Levon with Ali Reza. Not much has happened, but some simplification. So after knight d5, Levon played queen e4, knight f4, queen f4, and queen d5. So black seems to have a very healthy position, don't you think so?
Yes, well, he still has certain issues with the king, yeah, because long castle is not possible yet because of the f7 pawn hanging, and short castle is always slightly dangerous because g4, g5 will come. So
but maybe in such a position, long castle is not so dangerous. I mean, white has no bishop, he has only one knight, g4 is so slow.
True, but you still need to solve this
Actually,
issue.
black played c3, Fabi.
c3, yeah?
Yeah, he decided to go to simplify the position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not? Probably he has calculated, to a draw.
I mean, this is a very beautiful example, this move with c3, when you so much on the highest level, you find that initiative is everything. Right? Yeah. It's like you don't want to go to passive position. You just.
But that's, by the way, it's another example of what we discussed yesterday, is that in rook endgames, activity of rooks is very important. Yeah. So actually, this is the way BC knight c4 to make white's rook passive. Yeah, and black's rooks active. And you see that even just giving up a pawn like this sometimes is worth it, yeah, just for the activity.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that just within one move, suddenly a move ago, when pawn was on b2, white had such a powerful c-line rooks, right, attacking the c4, eventually takes it. And now behind the c3 pawn, they cannot be very proudly
saying. Yes, they look really bad. Active. Yes, both white's rooks look really bad. I guess knight c4 will come, because otherwise white can push the c pawn.
Yeah, otherwise c4, rook c3, rook c2.
Of course, still rook c5 is possible and rook c8, but I'm pretty sure knight c4 will be played. At least think it's very logical.
Actually, they both sit at the table.
And let's see
Ariane.
Yes, bishop h6 takes long castle. I don't know, probably there was some.
But what was the problem with the g takes f5?
I'm trying to understand. I guess there was something tactical here. Maybe even like knight g5, e rook f6, something of this sort, yeah? Probably.
Knight g5.
Maybe knight g5.
Vladimir, don't tell me that you want to sacrifice an exchange. You never did this before.
No,
I mean,
I'm
you come up with these very unexpected ideas like rook f6.
I'm enjoying, enjoying chess again, back again, like a child, like I'm 10 years old. And when I was 10 years old, that was the way I used to play those positions. But that is quite interesting. I
Oh,
don't know.
it looks very dangerous.
Maybe you can castle simply here.
Well, I had an idea to castle, but it feels so bad.
But otherwise, it's quite dangerous if you don't castle. But maybe castle can work. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I agree, because rook might enter the game like rook f1. Of course, it's very dangerous. Yeah, it probably will not work. Yeah, so, and otherwise, if rook g8 instead of castles, then also quite some options for white. Like knight takes e4, rook f1. So maybe that is the reason why.
But still, okay, it looks dangerous, but is it, I mean, knight e4 do you do?
Yeah, for instance. Knight takes e4 and probably.
But what about rook g6?
Maybe knight d6 even can be a problem, yeah?
No, but okay, then I don't go this. I go bishop e4 first.
But then knight takes e4 and maybe queen e7.
Knight or pawn? What do you take? Knight.
Pawn, I don't like queen e7 if pawn takes.
But I think also after knight,
Yeah.
knight, I can go queen e7.
Yeah, I can
Well,
maybe
okay,
go rook e1 or some moves, lots of interesting moves. Yeah, rook e1 maybe.
Yeah.
King d8, but quite dangerous, yeah.
Well, chess is a dangerous game.
Yeah, queen f2.
the-
I don't know. Yeah, take is also taken. Knight takes e5, but maybe I
Yeah,
can
but it's
remove
not
my
enough.
queen.
I think it's not dangerous enough.
I want knight takes e5. I want knight f6. If you would be playing this position and from the black side, maybe you would have a different opinion. I mean, you would not be totally sure that it's not dangerous enough. No, I mean, there is play. Yeah, white definitely has play. I don't know if it's enough, but I would say it's enough to play long castle. Yeah. I don't know if it's objectively enough, but maybe long castle is also fine because now he's preparing
Exactly.
GF. But
Exactly.
of course, white has a tempi, so maybe
But
white
okay, maybe
would.
white goes anyway, knight g5.
Rook f8, I suspect. Yeah.
And what about knight f7?
Knight f7. Yes, good point.
But not good enough, I think.
Knight g4.
Knight g4.
We can check g7.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to continue the
Let's
fun.
have fun, yeah. Rook g8. I wanted to maybe.
You can't sacrifice exchange. You can't. But you can sacrifice your queen.
Yes, but knight h6. Yeah, it doesn't
Not
seem to
going
be
to
enough.
be
Yes,
funny
yes.
to
That is not working. But after
Maybe
knight g5, rook f8, you don't have to hurry. Yeah, I mean. After knight g5, rook f8, fg is not necessary at all, yeah, because rook f8 is quite passive, yeah. So
Yes, but there is not much of an option for black, I believe.
maybe knight g4 and knight e5.
Knight g4, queen
might be.
g7 I had in mind.
But that is not clear, yeah. If the queen will not get lost,
Trapped, you mean?
trapped somewhere, I don't know if f6 or rook g8 even. GF 93 ideas. I thought of queen h3 and then just to force you to play knight e5. Queen h3 is kind of safe option.
I wanted to go knight e5, so you don't make a big pain for me moving there.
Yeah, but it's still white might have some initiative in this position. It seems to me. Because again,
Prefer
the
it
king.
with white?
Sorry?
You prefer it with white?
Yes, I would play knight d5. I don't know. I mean, depends on the next few moves, but maybe knight d5 even. I mean, the king is still potentially pretty weak, black's king. Let's say if I try knight d5 here.
So what if we go back for a second, after knight g5, what can Jan have in mind? Maybe he has something else instead of knight g4? Because knight g5 is kind of the most obvious move, right?
Yes, but there is nothing too bad with rook f8 also. Yeah, there was not on knight g4, knight e5. There is nothing really wrong with it. So maybe he just thinks that it's okay there, which is very possible. Rook hg8 is a possible move. A bit strange, but maybe possible.
Sorry, what?
Rook hg8, very strange
Here?
move.
And what do you have in mind?
I just want rook f8 now.
And
And then to open up a position somehow. Fg, and now hg.
And then I go knight f5, knight g5.
And
right?
then maybe I can repeat rook h8. Because I don't know if you really can. I mean, probably you should take on g6 if you want to play for a win. But this rook g8, you have queen f5 at least. Yeah. But maybe I have certain.
But maybe anyway, rook. Anyway, rook f5.
Maybe I can try king b8 and just to play for. Yeah, it's very complicated.
Queen f5
position.
anyway, right?
And just to go queen c6 or something.
Knight g5 is on the board.
Knight g5, yeah.
Knight g5 is on the
It's
board.
a very interesting position. Very lots of options. Even a move like b4 I would consider, just to ask.
Yeah,
to ask
actually, we
white.
forgot about this
Yeah,
intermediate.
it's an interesting because just to stop white from going to d5, and after knight e2, who knows? Maybe black has some extra options already. Like even gf5, knight takes f7, fe4 maybe.
Again, an exchange sacrifice. Just for a change, we spent about 2.5 minutes without it.
I'm an exchange sacrifice addict.
It seems like you're boycotting the rooks, you know? That you're not having a friendship with them.
Yes, that's true. But it might, it looks interesting, yeah? To me, at least.
Well, with the
I'm
b7
sure not
bishop
not
like
to-
that.
Not to
I
the
mean-
engines, maybe, but to me, it looks in the rook h8. Now my bishop on b7, yeah, if it opens up, it can really be a serious
And you
force.
have only one pawn for the exchange, but yeah.
d4 maybe, I don't know,
Yeah.
just to block the bishop, but it's very complicated.
I guess something like rook g8.
Yeah, hard to assess.
Knight g4. Knight g4 is
Knight
played
g4,
by
yeah.
Jan. Yes.
Yeah, a little bit, again, don't take it as a critics, but I find a little strange Jan Christoph's time management.
But
Because-
I just checked it. It's not so bad. He's behind in time about 20 minutes, 25.
I mean, not even, yeah, that's okay. I'm more talking about that knight g4. To me, here is a very critical, a lot of options, yeah, and then he plays it very quickly. And some other moves, he takes a lot of time where he, to my understanding, could have done it quicker. So it's a little kind of shaky time management, because I would probably after knight g5, I would
Yes,
think
but
for...
you know, it's interesting what you're saying that, I mean, it's always a question. I think it depends also on your form. And it's also like, of course, with the old Russian Soviet school, you have the move candidates, right? So you have knight g4, you have rook f8, you have g takes f5, you have b4. And then you start thinking about it. But to tell you the truth, I don't know if I ever really worked with this process in my head. So sometimes it's just, I think, very much depending on your form. The big issue is what kind of moves come to your head simply. So maybe for him it was like, okay, knight g4 is the only move. I don't want to go passive with rook f8.
Yes, I don't know, but frankly, I do not. I actually was never really a fan of this Kotov style, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Candidate moves. I mean,
Very systematical, scientific.
No, I was never actually systematic, and my candidate moves choices were much more intuitional, or even if you want chaotic than systemized. I was never
Yes, but-
following.
Yes, okay, but let's say you say that it's intuitive, and I think this is what was the same with me, and I think this is what with most of the players. But to have intuitively good ideas, what it takes? What does it take? Why do you think that you have these intuitively good moves, and why and how can you feel it that actually it is the critical moment? Because actually, maybe we can say that this was one of the critical moments of the game. To go GF, to go Rook F8, to go B4, right?
I mean, at least it's a moment where I would take time, definitely. Maybe I would still go Knight G4. And in fact, taking time would be a mistake because finally Black played Knight G4 quickly. Yeah, but for me, it would. Yeah, I have a feeling Black had other interesting options. But maybe also he was actually calculating all that before Knight G5. Yeah, and then when the opponent played Knight G5, he already made his choice. It's also possible. But
well,
still,
when he played Castle, he had to be ready mainly for Knight G5, right? Because that was the only challenging question.
Yeah, but it was not the only, of course, possible move, but true, yeah. So let's see. I mean, Knight G4 is, I guess he wants to play Knight E5.
Does he have anything else?
I don't see it.
So probably Knight E5 and it's on the board.
Because the pawn is hanging, yeah.
Yes.
Knight E5, and now White has a wide choice of moves, of course. And actually also, moves which are strategically different, yeah. So one is even to change queens. It's not a great idea, but I mean, it's possible.
You mean F takes G6?
Yeah, or F6 or something. That's not a great idea, but Knight D5 looks interesting, quite double-edged. And or you can just keep it like this. Also, another idea is to try to change the knight, like playing Knight F3. I would seriously consider.
Yeah, Knight F3 looks
to change this knight, and then to try by all means to keep the pawn on E4, blocking the bishop on B7 strategically, yeah? And not, of course, never to allow GF, EF, and then to try to pretend that your knight is better than his bishop in this particular position, which there are certain chances that it might be the case, yeah.
So knight takes F3?
I wanted to take with rook, probably. Because taken with the queen, Gf5, black can play, and you have to change queens, then F6, it shouldn't be a big deal, but here I want maybe to keep queens on the board. Rook takes F5. Yes.
But who is better here?
Hard to say. I would still prefer white. I think black's king is weaker than white's king, but it's not so clear, the position. Let's say queen f3.
F6.
Yes, and now I would start probably to bother black's king in some way, because I mean I can put my rook on f2, another rook, and it's very difficult for black to make any progress. Let's say rook f1, rook f2. If I want to be careful, if I want maybe to be more aggressive, I would consider a move knight d5, which is also looking very logical.
And after takes, e takes d5.
Yes, and then e7 pawn might get weak.
No, this is probably a huge advantage for white.
So maybe knight d5, king b8, but then maybe I can start to attack the king. I mean, I like white here. Again, because bishop on b7, I don't really see a potential for this bishop. I don't see how he will get into the game, yeah? What do you think, Judith?
I don't know which side would I take, to be honest, because black can go rook g6, rook g8.
I will put my rook on f2 probably and just...
Okay, you go with your rook not to b1. Mouse. Slip. Let's say rook g6, you go rook f2.
Rook f2, yes.
I go rook g8.
And maybe time to...
Action?
Time to ask you what is your next?
Well, it would be a very provocative move, I must say, to ask such a
Yeah. But
you were not doing such a deadly moves, right? Rook f1, rook f2. So I can go rook g7 in my next.
yes, that's true. That black is of course also solid. But the question: does he have or she has any really plan or something? Because I probably will try b3,
Go a3,
c4.
b4.
a3 before b3 c4. I mean, slowly to try to play against your king. But
No, I'm not a big fan of my position, I have to admit.
I mean, not that much play, for black. Of course, it's still solid and.
Well, let's go back to knight
Yeah.
e5. Now Ariane is thinking, and their time management is reasonable.
But of course, it's clearly a moment to think. But knight d5 also, there are quite some interesting options for white here. And let's try to see. I'm a bit curious because all of a sudden Fabiano.
It's very
takes
strange what's happening
yeah.
there, right? It is so strange. He sacrificed the pawn, and I think he's thinking already for like at least 20 minutes, I believe. I mean, look at the clocks. It's like an hour behind.
It usually means that he had missed something in his calculation and he doesn't like it now.
Yeah, somehow he feels some
because of course it's
something.
obvious that bc3 was considered the move bc3. So, and I'm pretty sure that he wanted to go knight c4, but now he is hesitating. So it means he had missed something in
Rook
his
c5.
calculation.
So he didn't like knight c4.
He didn't like knight c4.
Maybe some kind of takes and rook d2, rook d7. He was worried.
No, I mean rook c5 is played. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, maybe it's also a good move. It might be, but knight c4 seemed.
No, I love actually the rook on the fifth rank in principle. But is it going to be enough?
c4.
Maybe he just wants to blockade and that's it.
Yeah, that's also interesting, but it doesn't look like just an immediate draw. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's very close. But now, for instance, I can go back with my king to e2, and now I can
go back.
I can try to play rook b1 even now next, and because knight takes c4, I will come back to c1. Yeah, so my rook becomes active.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know how active because it's not totally really obvious where I will go next, but still, let's say f5. I think it's always a useful move to make. And somewhere rook b2, rook b1. I don't know what is next because actually it's true. Black is covering more or less all squares. Yeah, so probably.
Yes, actually, you see, I love this d6 knight. It's such a good knight. Attacks, defense, being almost in the center.
It's true, but it's a nice knight, but I love my extra c4 pawn.
Yeah, I understand.
So there is a certain compensation for this brilliant knight.
Okay, maybe he just goes rook c6. Maybe instead of f5. What do you think if I go rook c6?
But in fact, even f5, rook b2, and just king e7, king f6, not clear what is how to improve. White's position. Very difficult, at least. Yes, rook b4, and then, king f6. Can also get a5 at some point. Yeah, the question is, because king d3, probably, yeah.
Okay,
but
rook
then,
a4.
Rook a4. Okay, rook c7, maybe.
Okay, rook
or
a4.
even a5, you're sure, yes, that you want to play knight b3, and then to get, if I play a5. Because knight b3, knight rook takes c4, it seems to be enough probably for a draw.
Knight b3, rook c4, rook c4.
Yeah, it looks like a draw. Takes. Yeah, no, I want it even with a rook.
With the rook here?
Yeah, with a rook, because you probably have to change the rooks.
True.
And then a4, because this check, very powerful counterplay.
No, now actually white can be in trouble because knight e4. You see how good this d6 knight is? I love this d6 knight.
Yes,
it's just ready to defend and attack at the same time, anytime.
So maybe this
So
is his
f5
concept.
is on the board.
Yeah, maybe this is the concept. He even doesn't want to play rook c8, so he wants to
No,
keep
actually,
the
I had
b-line.
this idea. Why to give the b5?
Mhm.
Actually, this looks a good idea. So if rook c3,
Then maybe rook b2 is possible.
rook 1 c2.
You want rook 1 c2.
Well, I don't want to repeat moves. I prefer to
Yeah,
say
let's
that.
say I just play rook b6 or something. I ask you what is your plan?
Yeah, you like to ask me this question again and again. It's like I'm not acting to have a plan, right?
It's not easy to find anything really constructive. Well, at least here maybe you can play
White played
knight
king
b3.
e2.
No, knight b3. Yeah, king e2.
No, knight b3, rook c4,
yeah,
no?
yeah, rook c4
So
should
king
be enough.
e2 in order to do what? To play king d3?
No, I think it's just a useful move. King is not doing much on f3 anymore, and maybe he just wants to improve his position to see how can he. I don't know if king d3 is an option at some point, maybe, and try to get king to c3. If rook d8, king c3.
King e7.
Mm-hmm.
Probably his aim is to get to f6.
Or just to
stay there.
just to get to improve the position of the king.
So if h3, then h5, right?
Yes. I mean, king d3 is a plan. At least if you want to improve your position, maybe sooner or later king d3 can be played. But even the next move after king
yes,
d3
this is what I wanted to say. That okay, maybe after king d3, I just go rook d8.
Yeah, king c3, I suppose.
And then I go back rook b8.
Or rook c8 even, yeah, just to
Or rook c8.
to attack this pawn. Yeah, at least maybe here I can try.
I think both are good, rook b8 or rook c8.
Yeah. No, it's quite difficult for white to improve the position. So I think probably Magnus will take quite some time now to try to see how can he keep the game going. So maybe let's check what is Levon doing with Alireza.
Yeah, we have Levon's game. Not much has happened for quite some time. After a long thought, knight f3 happened.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure Levon is so happy with the position if he had to go back to f3. I mean, let's say I just go simple, okay, and I castle short. I know it can be dangerous, but let's say I just go there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why not? By the way, because I don't know if g4 is. I'm not sure.
This is what I
G4.
want to say. That okay, g4. Of course, I'm a big fan of moves like g4, but but I mean, your rooks are here and there.
Yes, no, yeah, because even g5 is not a big threat because black can always play h5. So probably white's plan is knight e5. I mean, at least since the rook is on the third rank, it makes sense to try to get it to g3. But yes. I'm not even sure if queen takes g2 is not a move. I mean, it's a principal move after all. Queen takes g2. Of course, it's risky, but for both, yeah, risky for both.
Maybe I go back,
yeah.
Or I just move away rook d1.
I don't know.
Maybe just f6.
Yeah, this kind of computerish type of play, yeah, just like laughing at the face of your opponent and pretending that there is no mate whatsoever. Yeah, but rook g3 might work.
Because after this, you want to take.
I wanted queen takes e5. Queen takes e5 as well.
Ah, okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, even if you don't take on I mean, it might work queen takes g2, but even not taking on g2, it's quite difficult to mate black here.
No, but actually, if you can go knight e5, rook g3, it's...
I mean, rook a d8. I mean, let's say rook a d8, trying to organize play in the center. Because if rook g3, I have queen takes d4, queen takes e6, queen d1, or queen takes e5.
Yeah.
So this is not mate.
No, and my problem is that I was playing it with the white side, these positions. And sometimes it's just simply, I mean, it looks good. It looks like you have your attacking pieces.
Yeah.
But somehow you have the feeling it will be not enough.
Yeah, it's so difficult to mate black in these positions.
Yeah.
I have not much played, but analyzed this with white, and it was so difficult to break through. Yeah, so
We have castle on the board.
So again, now of course white is very solid. He can just play rook e1, and
I think that's what he's gonna play actually. Rook e1 looks very healthy, and also preparing.
healthy, but it's already like telling that okay, I give up to even to fight for any advantage. In fact, I would even slightly prefer black after rook d8. Very slightly. It's pretty equal, but to me.
By the way, what about queen c7?
Queen c7. This. I think at least Firouzja would have very good memories about.
B7 poisoned pawn, but is it poisoned this time?
Not completely, but half poison maybe. Yeah? I mean, you can still go bishop f6.
I grab it.
Probably, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, rook b8.
This
I don't know which one. Yeah, maybe this one because you can, and then c5. Yeah. Looks okay for black. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like with this extremely powerful bishop on f6.
Yeah, looks like must be a good compensation. I mean, for black.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, Levon is not the guy who loves these kind of positions.
But he had played 95 already.
Okay.
He's very confidently. I mean, he is sure that queen takes g2 cannot work. I'm not 100%.
No, I think
sure.
he thinks that queen g2 is not the end of the world. He'll have enough compensation.
Yeah, that is probably true, but
and it's true.
It's true. Yeah,
we can't argue with that.
So maybe rook a8 looks like a very
yeah, rook a8 looks good.
Move.
So to keep an eye on the d4 pawn. So for now, rook cannot move to g3.
You can still try to play c4, and after queen takes g2 to continue in the same fashion, but of course it's a very, very important.
But black can even go queen d6.
Yeah, of course, but queen g2
but
is
if you want to force me already so much to
because that I'm not sure that here.
I think I just go f6
already. Yeah.
Or or I have the same problems. I have the same problems. Rook g3.
Rook g3.
But you know what? What about f5?
Yeah, very typical move
for
Caro-Kann, yeah.
And now, of course, after rook g3, queen e4.
I'm also wondering if absolutely crazy move c5 can work instead of f5.
Ah, you mean with black?
Yeah, I want maybe rook g3, rook takes d4. Maybe it works. Because rook takes d4, queen f1 check, queen takes d4, queen takes g3. Here cd and I don't see mate. I don't even see perpetual check. Oh, I can take on f2 and bishop f6. I don't know. This shouldn't be enough, yeah?
Yeah.
So maybe even this can work.
Yeah, c4 is...
Yeah, c4 is sad. Yeah, I mean, to play c4, maybe then already to go
maybe after d1. C4, d5, actually.
d5. Can be. So bishop d6, you still have rook g3, yes. Yeah, but I think maybe rook, actually in any case, instead of c4, maybe rook d1 is more logical at least, yeah? Just
or rook e1. Rook e1
yeah,
is
rook
also
somewhere, yeah, rook somewhere.
Because then after f5, you don't have queen e4, kind of.
But there is maybe bishop d6 move. Usually, my experience shows that black is okay in these positions. It's
I
very
think black
difficult
should be
to-
okay. I
Black
don't
should
think
be
black
fine, yeah.
should have any problems.
Yeah, that's normally in Caro-Kann. You cannot mate so easily just with a rook and queen.
Yeah, actually, even bishop b4.
Bishop b4.
I think it's also possible to ask the rook.
Yeah, and rook, if rook g3, bishop e1, queen h6, queen takes e5, yeah? Something like that.
Yeah, and it's not by chance. It's simply the position is like that, but you have the queen f6.
Queen f6 may be possible, but
But it's not enough, or is it?
it can be enough. g6, knight takes g6. Looks like it's pretty much enough. So we will not. So rook g3, we will play.
No, but hold on. Why not queen d4
Yes, queen d4. I wanted to take on c3,
and
but
c3?
yeah, but maybe bishop a5.
And after b4 takes bishop b4, takes,
And then
takes,
take
takes,
many-
and
but,
take all
yeah.
the pawns on the fourth.
Yeah, but it's rook b3, probably better for white. It takes rook b3 isn't pleasant.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have knight e5 on the board. Let's see what happened with Magnus and Fabiano.
King
They
d3,
have-
king d7.
King e7, king d3, king d7. So it seems like Fabi just says, okay, you
Yeah,
cannot do
yes.
anything.
But I would say the same with playing king f6 maybe. But so I'm just trying to see where the king, maybe he wants to put the king on c6 somewhere. Or
I'm
c7.
not sure.
It's
Yeah.
a little strange, but maybe it's a bit strange to have the king on d7 in this position.
He just goes for the activity and says, okay, show me. Show me what you have.
Rook c3 maybe to try to
Knight b3. That's the...
yeah,
Right,
knight b3 yeah, maybe. Because I mean, to me, frankly, it looks like king on e7 is better place than on d7.
But actually you have your threat already with knight b3 here.
Yeah. I don't know how much of a threat is it, because black might want to play rook a5, maybe. It's
Now
strange.
rook a5, you go c5.
Very strange, yes, e5, knight b5. It's a very strange way of
Knight
playing, but
c4.
maybe the idea is to block this pawn with a king on c7. Yeah, this and let's say whether rook a4, whether maybe even knight takes c3,
Takes a
takes
knight e4, I guess.
a knight somewhere, yeah, because knight and king to c7.
But okay, knight e4, f3.
Yeah, knight e4, f3 still.
But okay, if you go somewhere else, we can say
Well,
that
maybe rook a4, yeah. I mean, it's a way of playing. Maybe it is okay, just a little bit strange to get king on c7, but it might also be fine. Might be perfectly fine.
I don't know.
So
I'm not sure king d7 was so good.
Yeah,
We had rook d8 or something on king d3, no?
yeah, well, but or just saying pass was always possible. Yeah, king d7. No, it only makes sense if your king gets to c7. Yeah.
But
So,
now you cannot go king c7. You will get knight b3.
Knight b3, but still rook e5. It's a very strange play.
But what are we doing? Now I'm going to trap your rook.
It's very possible. And rook b2, I don't know. Yeah, no, but this looks strange. I don't know.
I mean, it's already...
Yeah,
I don't know, but
some
it's not
play.
necessarily
And
the thing we
Fabiano
want with
has,
black.
Fabiano has not that much time, yeah? So rook c3, let's think after rook c3 what... I'm sure he has something in mind after rook c3. I mean, that definitely was something he should have expected.
Well, rook a5 seems to me that is a kind of a
The
logical...
problem of rook a5, even if white is making just some useful move, first of all,
Actually,
there is
he
knight
can go
b3.
knight
Yeah,
b3.
yeah, there is knight
King on
b3.
d7, right? So knight
Yeah.
c5.
Yeah. So rook a5 is not an option.
And it's on the board, rook c3.
Yeah. Very strange move, king d7.
And now next move, knight b3. Nobody will stop that. Really?
On knight b3, you can, of course, just move your rook to c7 back. But I wouldn't be surprised if black's best now is just to go king e7 back, yeah?
Okay, let's say you go king e7. I go knight b3. By the way, even rook b3 is possible. Maybe you would go rook d8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I go knight b3.
Yes, rook c7 maybe.
Or c7,
Yes.
okay.
Knight might try to get to d4. But then knight e4 is coming.
And then rook c2. So what?
Mm,
Well, I
It's a bit
don't
risky,
want to let your knight to
Yeah.
go to c5. I go f3.
then knight c4 might be already possible.
Ah, no.
I don't know, but it
Is
can. Yeah, because there is check always. Knight e5 check is possible.
Ah, yes. That's true.
So let's see. Let's see Aliriza's game.
Yeah,
Sorry,
f6.
f6 was played.
f6. He doesn't want Levon to attack him. He just wants to force matters. So knight g6.
Knight g4. What was the problem of knight g6? I mean, I doubt it was queen takes g2.
No, I don't think white
Yeah.
can take the...
No, knight e7 and
They
then
can
rook goes.
take
Yeah.
d7 at the end.
So knight g6, bishop d6, I guess was the point.
Okay. Actually, it's a mate.
Yes.
Okay, so queen g2 was not possible, but... Well, rook f7, I guess.
Do you think not
That's it.
bishop d6 maybe?
Bishop d6 also just fine. So he went knight g4, which actually looks strange square for the knight.
Yeah, g6. Knight on g6 is looking very logical, but
I don't know, what do I take?
this now I have my doubts. Yeah, king h7 looks very dangerous. Rook. Yeah, I don't know if if we need to take on h6.
Ah, you wouldn't even take on h6? You would just go rook e1?
Maybe rook d1, maybe.
But what if after rook d1, let's say, I would go king f7?
No, knight e5 check, rook g1, knight g6. Yeah, sure. I'm not
How do
mating.
you go with this move order, right?
Yes, looks terribly dangerous.
Yeah, it's not so fun.
I think he's not going to take it, but f6, yeah, it's okay. But of course, it's a slightly, it's a move which positionally is not totally fine. Yeah, I mean, in a long term, e6 pawn can become weak. But yeah, maybe for now it's too far away.
Bishop d6.
Is played already.
Yeah, bishop d6 is played, so white is... actually the g2 eventually can be taken, maybe. Queen e3.
c1, maybe.
Queen c1. I think
I
black
want-
will just go queen f5 or something. Actually, even f5 sometime.
f5. Maybe this is the idea of black is to play very actively. Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Maybe. Why not? I mean, f5, knight e3, and
But also queen f5 is possible.
queen f5. At least I can play maybe f3, and I'm solid. Yeah.
Well, you're solid, but you're not better.
No, I don't think white is better. But f5 might be even playing for more, trying to overtake the initiative because knight e3. Yes, queen probably e4, maybe even.
Yeah, queen e4 I thought of. and
f3, queen f4. Yeah, no, it's of course very far
Well,
from.
It's
Take the
difficult to
initiative.
imagine that black will take over.
Yes, it
Pawn.
is difficult, but I
At
mean,
this
still.
stage, queen c1 is on the board.
Mhm.
Queen h5 also interesting, I think.
Or h5. I mean, h5 and queen e4.
h5 I also like.
Yeah, it's healthy, positionally very healthy. Knight e3, queen e4. Yeah,
f3, queen g6, yeah?
yeah, g6 or f4
Okay.
also.
Yeah.
Just right, yeah. It's healthy. Yeah, black is perfectly fine here. Still not more than just fine. So let's
Okay.
see. Maybe let's see
The boys there.
what is going on. G.
What
oh,
has
the-
happened is that knight d5 was played after
Yes,
knight
king
d5.
b8,
King b8,
and now
takes
fg,
g6,
queen h3, gh.
takes gh, and now black is hesitating.
That is a chess of 21st century, if not 22nd. I mean, GH. No? What do you think, Judith?
You would do something like this only if there is a gun put next to your head? Or?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. But I don't get...
correctly that you're not a big fan of what was happening from white side.
I mean, I don't understand that there is f6, there is bishop takes d5, there is
I thought bishop d5. That was my first thought. Actually.
Yeah, that's... and
just to go for the simple way. And
I
takes?
don't know. Takes, at least there is knight. I mean, but hg, knight f7... Yeah, g maybe is okay, but and rook g8, also knight f7, yeah? Maybe, but I also was thinking, yeah, I just had an idea, but just somehow it looks like maybe instead of taking on d5, maybe e6 is possible. I mean, intuitively, it just cannot work, yeah, for white. I mean, gh like this, it just cannot work.
It looks
but
not
looks
so
like it shouldn't work, it cannot work, but maybe it works.
What about gf? Takes a knight e6. It should not work, no? Rook f8.
Yeah, there is rook f8, yeah, probably.
But okay, rook f8 takes, and...
Yeah, and you take with the pawn. I mean, at least not worse, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's be very... Yeah, for instance, e6, but...
so after
also
e6...
I had some other ideas. But e6, yeah, so what to do?
No, this looks the most promising at first. This we have to look at first, I think, this e6 move.
Yeah, but another option is f6 also. I'm not totally sure about f6.
Yeah, but after f6, at least white goes knight e6.
Knight e6 and simply
or actually
rook
even
e8.
G7 is
yeah, rook g8, that's my plan. Rook g8.
Knight e6.
Rook somewhere and then bishop c8, and if I manage to rook e8. Of course it's risky, but if I'm in time,
but here, okay,
I will be more than fine if I manage.
So on knight dc7, you go what? Bishop c8.
Knight dc7. You mean you want to draw after rook c8? Or?
Well, I'm just asking.
Yeah. Yeah, but bishop c8 probably is okay. And then you have to...
I just wanted to make sure if I can make a repetition, I just want to show
yes.
that then it's me who is deciding. But I'm afraid it's not white.
Well, you can try king h1, but I take
But you
king
can
c8.
take and king c8, no?
Yeah, rook g1 then, but maybe I can slowly get this knight g6, king d7, slowly get this pawn, yeah. Because it's but e6 also is interesting. I mean, to me it is
we have again news because Carlsen went to confessional some time ago, and it says Carlsen enters the confessional with a cough. Then, I'm not sick. I think it's a bit sad now that I didn't get the chance to implement my favorite plan. He made a neutral move last time instead of playing c3. So actually, he was not happy with c3 as far as I understand.
I mean, he was not happy. He thought that it was a mistake, or
He says he made a neutral move last time. I guess in previous game, instead of playing c3, would have captured his pawn on c4. Lots of exchanges. Pushes my own pawn to a7. He's thinking ahead. Then it's a question whether I can create another passed pawn on the king's side. Something I actually thought there were decent chances of. Now it's interesting that he captured the pawn to destroy my pawn, captured to perhaps create some activity. Well, after c3, bc3. I think maybe knight c4 is his plan now, but then he has to be prepared for, in addition to me having king e2, he has to prepare for knight c4, rook c4, rook d1. 1 second.
Yeah, that's what we were.
I just go there.
That's exactly our.
So this is what we were discussing, right?
Yes, takes rook
Knight
d1.
c4. 1 second. Knight c4, knight c4, rook c4.
Rook d1 and maybe king e7 was our plan.
Yeah, rook d1. For example, rook b3, rook d7, rook a3. I have rook b2 followed by rook b7. Okay, so he just approved our line.
Thank you, Magnus. Thanks.
Yeah, we are doing okay. So yeah, this is okay. So rook b2 followed by rook b7, which looks pretty strong. That's why he's thinking so long. He feels he has a difficult choice. I think no matter what he chooses, I have decent chances.
No, Magnus, you are missing king e7.
I mean, more or less, this is what he said, because we have some nice people who translates it quickly, because unfortunately, he's talking to the camera in Norwegian.
But look what happened.
And this was exactly during the time when you remember that after bc3, for some reason, Fabi was thinking quite a long time.
Yeah,
So
but I mean, yeah, because what is happening now is I just don't get it at all.
Something very sad for black.
Yeah, I just don't understand what is going on.
But what is going on? Rook c6, c5, knight e8.
But why to hurry? But I don't understand why to hurry getting the rook out, I mean, away. At least to get the knight first. I mean, something is really wrong with Fabi today. I mean, how? I don't get.
I mean, just few moves ago he had such an activity, and now White has a pass.
But also, I mean, I don't get the sense of rook c6. I mean, at least you wait for knight b3, yeah, and then you get the rook. But why to play it immediately? I mean, now looks like knight f3 and just finishing the game. I don't actually understand anything.
Very strange.
I mean, knight f3 is just over. Knight e5 check is threatening, then knight d4, c pawn goes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strange game, this game of chess, no? After c3, it seemed like everything is under control.
Yeah, but you don't play c3 in order to let white's pawn to c5 in few moves, yeah? I mean, somehow, if you already give this pawn, you
No, okay, it's clear that this was not his aim to allow his pawn to c5, but something he miscalculated. I mean,
but there is not even much to calculate because, I mean, I don't know. First of all, yeah, instead of c3, rook d8 was probably fine. But even if c3, knight c4 takes rook d1, yeah, or rook d2, I think Magnus was.
No, what did we say? We said knight c4, yeah. Knight c4.
Well, I mean, it's very logical.
Knight c4.
Yes.
Knight c4, rook c4, rook d1. And then we said king e7.
Yeah, king e7, what's a big deal? So rook
we said
d4.
king e7, and after rook d4, we said rook bc8.
Yeah.
But maybe here, no, but king e2, maybe king e2, maybe. But king e2, rook b3.
Yeah, but even if you, yes, I mean, rooks are so active, black's rooks. You always have this rook a4. I think rook d4 was probably worrying, but rook c8 and now, yeah, maybe taking on c4, but it's very unlikely you can manage
maybe take on
with
c4, take
such a passive rook.
But
yeah,
again,
but rook a4 and king gets to
a2.
c5. Of course, white is still pawn up and he is trying, but must be a draw, clearly.
Here and king c5, no?
Yes, king c5. White can try rook b2 or something, but rook b2 maybe. So maybe king c6 is a bit more accurate. But yeah, white can try still a bit.
Yeah, but here and there, he has a pawn down.
True, it's true, but again, activity of rooks, we are coming again and again to the same
conclusion.
I mean, rook on a2 and rook on a4.
Fabi is having trouble on every side. On the board
it's something quite unexplainable. King d7 and rook c6 is totally unexplainable.
Yeah, but actually King d7 was going on downhill, it seems.
It's also very unnatural move, King d7, I would say. It's also very unnatural to start with, but at least rook c6 is totally impossible to understand the move rook c6 to me. I mean, because if white knight would be on b3, it's a little bit shaky on b3. At least you can get some play. And let's come back to this position before rook c6. I mean, the thing is that knight b3. Let's say if you play king e7 or something, at least after knight b3, you immediately get the e4 square for the knight. After rook c7.
But maybe not knight b3. Maybe white would be going for this reason f3 first.
Yeah, but already rook d8 might work. And then rook c8, it's very difficult to get knight b3 already. And rook c8, for example.
No, king d7 seems to be a serious problem.
But even after, just rook c6 for me is something unbelievable. I don't understand. It's like maybe he just confused the move, or I don't know. I just cannot explain this move. But anyway, let's see what is going on.
Knight f3, rook a6.
Rook a6. Yeah, but that's already curtains.
Well, knight e5.
I mean, anything. It's just over. King e7. I guess he wants to put his knight on c7. But, well, it is very little chance to save it. And with Magnus,
if Magnus wins, he's taking over. He's taking the lead.
Mm-hmm.
He would be 9 points.
Yeah. Well, let's wait. But I just cannot believe he will not win.
It's hard to imagine that Magnus will not convert this advantage into...
Yeah, because frankly, already now, even without c5 pawn, the position would be quite unpleasant for black. But it's like, again, extra pawn and better position.
Well, yesterday we had an game with Aronyan. Duda played against Aronyan, right? Where there was a rook endgame, quite a special one, where the a2 pawn was in the way. That was very clear.
Yeah.
In this position, we can say that with the c pawn and without the c pawn is very unpleasant for black.
Yes. No, it is. And so Tari Duda, he played e6, yeah?
In Tari Duda game, he did play e6.
Yeah.
And this is quite challenging for white now, I believe. But I don't know. I mean, Tari's games, in the first few games, we could see that he was doing very well until move 18-20. Mm-hmm. And then somehow he went on the wrong path. What do you think?
It's not clear if it's a wrong path yet, of course. But I mean, I don't know. It just, as I've mentioned yesterday and saying today, is doing such strange things like, I mean, FG, Queen H3, GH. As I don't remember who said it. One of the old champions. I think it was Smyslov when his opponent was playing some kind of in a strange way positionally, and he said, "Young man, you're playing chess as if." It has started, 20 years ago, as if the history of chess hasn't never existed. I mean, he's playing like, like chess is anything can happen in chess, because I mean, in general, to play GH and so on, of course, it might work tactically. Even so, I don't really see where it works in the sense of really giving white an advantage. Yeah, but I mean, to double the pawns like this, opening king, it's just very strange. I mean, because he's a very strong player, of course, he's a strong grandmaster, and looks to me like, already not the first time he's doing some suicidal things, yeah, which are basically
maybe because he's too much playing on the concrete manners.
yeah, definitely, but too much
Because this can
computer,
happen,
yeah.
I think, when you simply go and calculate, and then
Yeah,
and you have to step out from this calculation mode, right? To say, okay, no, it doesn't matter whether, okay, it's not winning immediately, then I don't do it, right?
yes.
Because you do something like this only if you win on the spot.
Yeah, that would be my, okay, if it's really just like winning or giving clear forcing advantage, I would consider it. Otherwise, I would not even consider. I mean, so what is clear to me is that, of course, Arian, okay, has to, if I would have been his trainer, I would have just put him on classics, on game of very classical players, like Smyslov, like Petrosian, and just to check how they were playing, just that there is a logic. They do simple things, but correct, positionally, and then they build up their position slowly. And it seems that Arian is hurrying too much. Like yesterday, he could have built up his position with maybe before even other prophylactic moves and slowly. And then at some point, when the position is ready, when all your pieces are in the best position, when you prevent the counterplay of your opponent, then you start your play. But he is clearly hurrying too much.
But
yeah?
maybe he's not patient enough.
It can be the case also, yeah. It can be also but
I mean, the youngsters have this sometimes, that they want to make things happen fast, right?
Yeah, but
okay, let's go to the middle game, calculate, concrete.
Yeah, he's obviously, yes, in last 3 games, I would say, also with Levon Aranyan, he could have improved first the position, like with h6, and then do something. Or especially yesterday and again today, I mean, he's just hurrying too much. He's trying to make it concrete, the game, and trying to force matters.
When it's not that kind of position.
Yeah, when his pieces are not yet into the game, like Rook on A1, and so on. I mean, just first consolidate, first put everything, like with this variation we've tried with Knight D5, I mean, you put Rook on F5, Queen F3, Rook F2, everything is harmonial, working, and then you think, then you start to, it is actually, just a positional game. He definitely needs to improve on this, because it's clear that he is a good player, that he is gifted. I mean, he knows theory. I mean, but that is, to me, pretty clear minus so far. When it's like 3 games in a row, it's probably not an accident already.
Yeah, maybe his style is not necessarily the openings he got in this tournament, that it suits its matching, because it can also happen that he would be looking for more tactical positions where actually you need to do action all the time.
That is true, but you have anyway to improve in chess to become a top player. You need to become more and more universal, because if your opponents, they analyze you, and then when they see that you are this type of player who likes always only to be, very active, to play a forcing chess, they will avoid it. They will find ways how to stop you doing it. Yeah. But okay, I mean, there's nothing.
I know.
But I mean, your positional play was, I doubt you would have.
No, but I remember when it was 89, I was playing in Amsterdam. It was one of the most interesting and memorable tournament I played. I had my first Grandmaster norm. And in the last round, I was playing against Lev Psahis, who became my trainer later on.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he has this typical old Soviet school with very good understanding of chess, psychology, everything what you have to have. And last round, I was we were tying for first, I think, before the round. And then he later on, when he became my trainer, he was telling me that, well, he was thinking that, okay, we have this girl who looks very cute, but actually she makes good moves. So what should I believe? That she's cute with the ponytail, or should I focus on the board? So he said, okay, so I had to focus on the board, not to fall into this trap that she's smiling with the ponytail and 30 years old. And I said, okay, so she's like an aggressive tactician. I go for pause and 5 knight b5. So he set up the hedgehog, forced me to make a hedgehog, which we know that it's a very slow game. It's not only positional; it can be tactical later on. But we have to understand that it's for a long game. You have to have a lot of patience and so on.
Mm-hmm.
I just lost the game in 35 moves, so it was such an easy deal for him. His strategy worked very well.
Yeah, but you were only.
But later on, I paid back.
13, yeah. So I think, Ariane, he played knight g4, which might be a way to be.
Actually, with concrete manners, he's
with concrete manners, but still, I don't think he's better really. I mean, and anyway, this is a very
maybe
strange
this was his idea.
Still, I would consider knight takes g4, maybe hg, rook h4.
Takes h3.
Hg, rook h4, h3, f5. Can I do this?
f5. Okay, what about taking this?
Knight e6 and rook e8, h8, I don't know. This is still a question. g8, maybe, I don't know.
g8?
Why not rook g8? Strange move, but also possible.
Yeah, it's not easy for white to handle.
Knight g5, maybe. I mean, it's one of the possible options. Yeah, fg4, and then just to keep maybe rook f4, or bishop c8, I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but it's just one of the options crossed my mind. Also, rook h8 maybe was an interesting move. Yeah, just to protect.
Does black has not so many options?
You think? There are some, I believe.
I think you must take and rook h4.
No, I was thinking about rook h5. I'm not sure it is so bad. I mean, rook h5. I guess you must take on f7.
Well, you don't have to ask twice.
Yes, takes, and let's say rook h3 maybe.
But I don't know. I go rook f1. I'm going.
Rook f1, rook h4, probably to try to.
Okay, I go knight e3.
And maybe time for d5.
Yeah, I understand that you want to break out.
No, maybe it's more or less okay.
Actually, what do you think about having knight f6?
Knight f6, but I have my bishop c6, maybe some rook h8 ideas. It must be fairly.
But I'm.
Maybe rook h8 is too. I would prevent like bishop c8 or c6. Yeah, I don't want your knight. Maybe c6 or c8. It's hard to say where. But I get my counterplay with. I will get my d5 or something. I mean, I have my counterplay. Probably. Or rook h8 again.
Rook h8. This is what I was waiting.
You want some knight g8, yeah?
Knight g8. This is what I was waiting for.
Okay. So then, then I tried d5. Maybe it was. But okay, that's you.
No, but somehow my knight on f6 is.
But I mean that it's an option. I like more the other.
I like it with white. White has some tactical things.
Yes, but probably objectively. But I like more the other way. The other
no, but you
idea.
said knight g4 takes and rook h4 and h3 f5. This I liked for black. But maybe still, you know what I can do with white? I can go king h2 or king.
I think about it, but probably yes, I would take on g4.
King g3?
In g3 and maybe rook h5. You want h4?
I don't know. Maybe I can go knight takes.
I'll take on h3, rook h8. I also have my play.
Rook h8.
Bishop
yes.
c8 is coming.
Yeah, now I'm not so
With
happy
my
for
play.
white side. I agree.
But anyway, it's a very strange way of playing for white. Yeah, but maybe he's
But
maybe
here
it's
maybe h4. What do you think?
h4. Yeah, rook if rook h8, you
Knight
want
f7 maybe.
knight f7, and let's say rook h7. Yeah, takes. I thought maybe I could have just taken on
Just
h4.
take.
So yeah.
Check.
Yes, king a7. Oh, a7, yeah.
Or a7.
Probably
Rook
it's
f4.
fine. Then I start to give 1,000 checks, probably.
This 1,000?
Okay, hundreds. Check, king g5, another check.
You just want to get well. If I don't want so you wanted me to take it, I don't take it. I just go king f6.
King f6. Yeah. Oh, well, maybe you're right. King c7 was better to attack the knight. Anyway, we are quite far from.
I like the knight. I like the
Yeah,
knight.
no, I understand. It's playable, but I think it probably must be pretty equal at the end of the day. But still, I'm not a fan of this. Not at all of this idea. I mean, to play like this, because also e6 was not necessary, but something tells me there might be some.
Knight
Yeah,
g4
so
is
he took
played.
on g4, hg. Yes, I guess he wants to play rook h4. And hg, rook h4, h3 probably will be played.
Yeah, there is not much of.
You can try, of course, to take knight f7 and then run with the king, but that doesn't look.
But where do you run with your king? To f2?
Yes, f2 is 3, but I don't believe in it. Because even rook d7 is perfectly fine.
Well, rook d7, even rook f8 and king c7 is fine.
Yeah, or rook d7, rook h1. This shouldn't be. I
mean, the knight on f6 I like more or less. On f7, I'm not sure unless I take on d6.
Yeah, king e3, some rook h4, d5 can come. No, definitely h3 will be played.
No, here probably here actually white can go king f3 and king g3.
Yeah, no problem.
No, but now maybe it's okay. No, now I like it for white. You go
again, it's pretty direct. Yeah, rook h5.
Yeah, I go rook f6.
And again, some kind of d5 ideas. Yeah, if I start to open up my bishop.
I may even go e5 and knight d6.
Yes, but I have my play again. d4, bishop to d5, rook h7. It's quite sharp, yeah?
Yeah, but your two rooks are not connected, so...
That's true. I mean, it can also turn into white's favor. I fully agree with you.
Yeah, here I'm kind of okay with white.
Yeah. But I think h3 will be played anyway.
After
most probably, yeah. So maybe let's have a small break, just a few minutes, and then before some really important things will start to happen, and this will be probably pretty soon.
Yes. So we are back very
in
short.
a few minutes, yeah.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Hi, everybody. We are back and watching and commentating and chatting about the 8th Altibox Norway chess event, which is an exceptional event. It's the first event that the players are playing offline with actually the same atmosphere as we did back in 2019, I must say, I think. And all the players, actually, I have the feeling that the players have the appetite to play and they are so happy to be there. When they come, the players to the press room, and then when we chat, I always feel that they are just simply very happy to be there and that they play chess again over the board. And for now, actually, the standing is that Fabiano and Aronian is tying for first place, which, of course, seeing the positions, it can easily be changed. And then third is Magnus at the moment. And Firuza is 5.5. He's number 4. And then the other two youngsters, actually, they are very much behind. They didn't score yet. But today, as they play against each other, for sure it will be some score for both of them. But we had a very special guest before in the first hour, Vadim Repin, who is a violinist, and he was a big fan of chess. So it was nice to hear his comments on the game and how much he likes playing chess, your friend Vladimir. So it's nice to have people like him who can appreciate our beautiful game.
It's nice to know that not only chess players like our game, yeah.
Yeah, so let's go back to the main game of the day, where actually in the beginning, Fabiano had a reasonable position in the opening, we can say, right? Yeah. I mean, back in the not this stage, I just want to go back a little bit.
Even here still, yeah.
I mean, basically around here after the opening, we didn't feel that Fabiano can have any serious danger. Mm-hmm. But somehow Magnus was playing some moves, maneuvering, improving in every move a little bit on his position. His rooks are very good now. He's attacking the pawn on c4 with the d2 knight. He made optimally his king. He went to f3, so there are no checks on b2 later. And then this was a critical moment of the game, I believe. This we were discussing, that c3 is an option in order to sacrifice a pawn for activity, or he could go a little bit more, just continuing king e7.
I think rook d8, yeah, rook d8 was
or rook d8.
A very good option also.
And f5 you were suggesting also.
Yeah, but rook d8 is just to avoid rook endgame, pawn down rook endgame. But I think, but also c3 was fine, but then something started to go really wrong.
But actually, we thought about it that probably it would be possible to sacrifice a pawn in a rook endgame, one rook against one rook, and the a pawn where white has a pawn up. But most likely, it would be possible to keep the draw. But of course, in this position, I suggested also c3. I was very happy with this move because black gets actually activity. The big question is whether knight c4 was good enough or no. And this was still okay. We were kind of optimistic for Fabiano's play that probably he can blockade the c-pawn and his activity will be enough to hold the game. But then some strange things happened. Starting from here, I believe, this is where we got lost with we were not really much agreeing how Fabi was continuing. And this king d7, we felt that it's really not the place for the king, right?
Yes.
So let's go and move on, because actually something very horrible thing happened. Here already, black is very passive. White has a pawn up and an active play. So now improves his knight. Knight e5 is a threat immediately to win material. Rook a6, it's not standing so well. King e2. Knight f6, rook c2, very safety move. But white just simply has a pawn up, right?
Yes.
And I think, well, now it's even worse. Now rook b3 controlling the b file. And of course, if white is reaching out to b7, that's really horrible news for black.
Yeah, you see, by the way, very, very instructive. Yeah, the way Magnus is playing, he doesn't hurry playing c6, which is maybe also fine, but just improving his position. Sometimes rook h4, he wants knight d3, a very, very high class. Yeah, I mean, just he doesn't hurry to win. I mean, he's just trying first before doing something. He first wants to improve on maximum
And
position of
again, we
his
see
pieces.
that he did not push c6 because he considers that c6 not yet. It's not the
Maybe
time
here
yet.
knight takes e3. There is some tactics, yeah, or knight b6 even. Yeah, so knight d3,
Yes.
and okay, he just
And there is
e5
panic
is.
now.
It's a desperado, but what to do? Yeah, what to do? Yeah, well, yeah. Now, of course, many ways to
Sorry for the jump.
many ways to play after e5. Knight takes e5 is maybe the simplest.
Well, now simply white has two extra pawns. And actually the knight, if black would want to look for something serious, then the knight should be on e4. And then rook c2, and maybe black would have some counter chances.
Therefore, I believe maybe rook c2 check has to be played, and if king f3, knight f6. But I have a feeling there will be knight d8 check, for instance, as one of the options. And where the king
Yeah,
will
because
land.
rook f7.
Yeah, rook f7 probably.
Well, I have the feeling that Fabiano is thinking about resigning in this position, don't you?
No. I think he will fight.
He will play rook
He will
a5.
try his chance somehow. Rook a5.
Maybe rook a5.
Yeah, I would take on h6. That's. I think he would try to go like check knight c3. I try to on knight f6 try to create some counterplay because, I mean, maybe
But
rook
knight
a5.
f6, knight d8. What can you do?
Yes, I don't know. Maybe king d6, rook f7, king e5. Okay, rook e7.
But rook
king
e7?
Yeah, it's bad. King d5.
No, I think here practically
Yeah. No, I understand, but then otherwise it's like resigning. So this is also probably will lead to the same knight f7.
Knight f7, rook e5.
Knight g4. At least you
E4.
see some small tricks. Yes, very small. I agree. I agree. Yeah, no, that is really.
Well, I mean, against Magnus, I'm not sure you're too serious that you.
But I think there is
that you saved the game. I think rook a5 actually I would do.
Objectively, you are right, but knight takes h6. I cannot imagine you can save it. Yeah.
Well, at least I have a passed pawn.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree.
I have a passed pawn. I have a beautiful knight on d5.
I mean, knight f7 back,
I don't have enough pawns.
There is a slight pawn deficit. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, it's just a matter. Basically, it's about simply not to lose concentration for Magnus, and
but also Fabiano is going
also rook
down
a5, knight d8 check is pretty maybe unpleasant.
King d6 I have planned.
Yeah, king d6 and rook b3, maybe even very much Magnus style, just a knight d7 check.
2 pawns up.
2 pawns up, and
and 2 pawns up.
and there is not the slightest compensation for it.
Yeah. Rook a5 happened actually.
Yeah, but that is. I think we can move to other game, and I don't think there is any realistic chance for. Fabiano.
Actually, the guys Ariane and Diane, they are having this position. We were looking something like this, having the knight on f7 and rook f6.
Yes, but the last move is rook h4. What is? I mean, so he wants.
What happened was
he wants to push d5. Yeah, obviously.
He went here, rook f6, c4.
And now c4. Why c4? I mean, why not rook h4 immediately and d5 then, if he anyway did it?
Yeah, because for now d5 is not possible to knight e5.
Because of knight e5, yeah. But rook h4. Yeah,
he
because
went c4, and after rook af1 he went rook h4.
maybe, but it doesn't seem to me that c4 is so useful, and the position is
like he's giving away his pawns. No, I mean, what happens if just white grabs the pawn?
I guess he wants cd d5, but with some drawing chances, but I still don't get it. Yeah, I mean, knight e5, knight f3, or
Yeah, this is what I was wondering.
there are some chances, but still not clear why did he gave up tempi with c4. It's extremely important tempi. Yeah? I mean, why not to do it immediately? Because after rook h4, I'm not sure there is anything better than rook f1 anyway. What could, and now d5, yeah, it's like a clear tempi. I mean, I don't know, rook h4, maybe there must be some reason why rook h4 was not played.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like d5 the only counterplay, which can be strong actually.
But actually, it's serious counterplay, yeah, because c4, it's to give a tempi in such a position.
And actually, we have this position on the board, rook takes e6.
Yeah, maybe trying to take cd, rook c7, but
That's not a bad try.
but rook f2, even rook f2, unless there is some, yeah, maybe then some play, yeah, rook g4. Maybe this is an idea, but
okay, here.
No, then rook g4 can come, yeah.
But here rook g6 and rook g2.
Rook g6, yes. Rook takes c4, takes, rook g2, rook c2.
But rook g1, rook b2.
Rook g1, rook b2, maybe there is some lucky chance.
You take this?
Yeah, I would take knight d6 and move my bishop somewhere.
But,
probably
but
h-pawn.
it's just lost, no?
h4, rook b4, maybe. Some chances, yeah, rook b4, maybe if h4.
Yeah.
Some chances to make a draw. He played d5. He played actually d5 after rook takes
Played
c6.
d5 after rook.
Without c takes d3.
So now knight e5 probably.
Knight e5, rook h7.
And knight f3. Or check first. That's the other thing.
Check in a7. Knight f3, rook h3. Maybe taking on e4 might be possible. Knight h4, ed, and then maybe d pawn might. So,
and that's why he didn't take maybe on c.
But
d3
still, yes.
He wants to go check and d takes.
Yeah,
No,
but
I'm not
of
sure.
course, after there are many options for white, doesn't look good for black somehow. But maybe it works. Yeah, no, here d2 also maybe is okay.
Yes, but after d2, I had something in mind like.
Rook d6, sorry, rook d6.
But rook e7.
Rook e7. That's nice. So d5, yeah, it's getting
interesting.
So,
What happens if I just go e5?
but then I have two checks, yeah. Maybe knight d6 is possible. Knight d6 looks like a logical move.
Knight d6.
But it's not so clear. d4, I suspect. d4, and now if knight b7, king b7, I don't like.
No, but I want to go d takes e4, I guess.
That's,
but maybe not just bishop c6.
Yeah, that's this. Doesn't look so clear.
Though I'm not sure. Rook f8, king a7.
Lots of checks possible there.
Yeah, check is possible. But
so let's think. What do you think about moving to the Aronian?
Yeah, let's see Aronian game.
Firouzja game, because we haven't been there for a while.
Yes. The position was somewhere knight g4, bishop d6, queen c1, rook d8, queen d1. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm still not sure about the move f6, but okay, let's see. So
yeah, you can have mixed feelings about it.
I would love to have my pawn on f7 in this particular position, but
that's why you want to change some of the rules so the pawn can go back,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Rook e1. Bishop
d6.
f3. Interesting. Well, after f3, rook g3 will be not an option. Right?
Yeah, I think that white is already playing just for a positional game, trying to attack the e6 pawn, just trying to stabilize and attack.
That's the only weakness in the position, right? So he strengthened his position with rook e4. Probably he wants queen e2, rook f8, queen e2.
Yeah, I don't like what is black doing. Frankly,
Very
it looks
passive.
it looks like white is starting to get a grip on the position.
Though it's not easy.
Yeah, it's not
easy
probably much, but it's already quite clear that white is pressing a bit at least.
Yeah, in some way we can say so, but I'm not sure. I mean, the d4 pawn is hanging, so of course Levon doesn't want to play c3. That's clear. He played a3, but in that case, if you don't play c3, you have to be defending it all the time.
It's not. Yeah, it's true, but black is very passive. Yeah, I mean f5 somewhere, but it's not really.
But it's interesting that Firuza's game, if you look back. The games of his, all of his games, there are a lot of tension. No? I mean, all his games, I mean, in game 1, he was playing this Caro-Kann where Duda took the poisoned pawn on b7. There was a lot of tension, tactics. Then in game 2, who did he play with?
He drew with Magnus. Yeah, he managed to create tension even in seemingly totally, empty position without queens on the board.
And then, of course, yesterday with Fabiano, it was full of tension, the game. Even when they made a repetition of moves, it was like, okay, what is this position? It was full of interesting ideas and full of tension.
And now again, when it already looked like it's heading to a boring equality, all of a sudden it started to get very complicated and maybe potentially might get double-edged.
Yeah, but even in this position, I mean, so somehow he's playing moves, he's creating ideas where it's not clear. I think we have a game finished.
Yes,
with Fabiano. So. This we can go back. What was the end of it? Which was, well, actually, it was very painful from Fabiano's side. I mean, this
so
is
we were somewhere on move knight takes f7, rook a5, moves 43. Yeah, Magnus did exactly what
I mean, he just went on the safety road and just said, okay, I have 2 pawns off. What's the problem?
King c2. And knight f4,
resigned, because after knight f4, just simply rook b4 and rook f4.
Rook b4 check,
Just to make it the perfect move, not to talk about anything. It's not that EF would not win, but this is just, there is nothing to talk about. It's a very painful loss for Fabiano, I must say.
Yes, painful and frankly unexplainable. I mean, I just find difficult to explain. It's clear something have happened today with his brain, with his mind, because that is obviously mistakes like in descent, and especially rook c6 has not much to do with chess. I mean, that is such a frankly, well, let's be fair, absurd move that he cannot play it if he is in normal shape. So it was clear today was simply not his day.
It is strange that if we say, I think if you play a blitz game, if he plays a blitz game, he wouldn't go rook c6.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is interesting that sometimes we get in a very strange mindset in a game that obviously he played, I think, rook c6 because continuously he was calculating that, okay, knight b3 is coming and I have to go rook c6, knight b3 is a threat. And it was just the tension that, okay, I just go rook c6.
Yeah, but it's really, it looks like maybe even, which a couple of sometimes happened to me, that you just make a second move of the variation, So it's maybe possible he wanted to make a because it's the only rational explanation I have of rook c6 move. It's just that he wanted to play, let's say, king e7, knight b3, rook c6.
Exactly. Actually, it's very possible.
Yeah, and then he just made the second move of the variation because it is so obviously, bad move that I cannot believe. I mean, you cannot miss c5. Yeah, it's very difficult to miss c5 after rook c6. So
I have the feeling that we have another game finished with a draw. I see that I think it's Aronyan's game against Firuza. They agreed to draw.
You
as well.
think there is some repetition of moves, yeah, or what? Or it was just a draw or proposal?
I think so because I don't see moves. But 1 second to see. No, I
At
think
least
after
signing.
93, it was agreed to a draw. So we're going to witness in about 15-20 minutes a playoff.
I don't know. I would have tried still with white, even if it's not much. But I think white is very comfortable, in my opinion. Let's say queen d7 and knight c4, maybe.
And so what?
No, nothing special, but yeah, nothing. But black cannot really
I would
make
go bishop
c7 probably.
Even
yeah.
maybe I go b5 next.
I want to maneuver now slowly, like.
But f5 is a threat. Well, not really.
Is it? Yeah.
No,
Not much, but maybe b5, f5. I don't know. It looks more pleasant for white, but of course, yeah.
But I think white also has to be careful because
Yeah,
if black
that's
can
true.
play b5, f5, queen d5 back.
But queen e1, maybe some.
I don't
nice-
think we can say it's a one-way.
No, I think it is. Yeah, it is very safe for white, in my opinion. I mean, let's say queen e1, and then yes, you just move around, you improve the position, and who knows? I mean, it's comfortable for white, even if it's almost nothing. Yeah, maybe queen f7, trying to push e5 one day.
But why not b5?
Because then knight d2. I thought.
I know, and you say that b5 eventually something is not going.
Now I have my
right for me.
little square on c5.
I can
Little
even
something.
play and provoke you with bishop a5 maybe.
Bishop a5. Okay, then I give you. I mean, I move away with my queen. I let you take on d2. There is still a 6 pawn. No, I understand. Yeah, it's true. It's not much, but I mean, Levon has a higher rating, and etc. etc. I would. Yeah, it looks like guys are starting between us. You know, they started to be kind of afraid a little of the young opponent. Yeah, because.
Well, I wouldn't say that they are afraid.
Afraid is too
but they
strong word,
respect.
but respect. Yeah,
respect.
there is. I mean, this draw offer is showing respect. Yeah, because
Yes.
because in
That's
such position, which is close to equal, but still to me a bit more comfortable for white, you offer a draw only to a player of your caliber, more or less. Maybe not necessarily equal to you, but you know your caliber. So for me it clearly shows that. Levon is considering the same basically yesterday with Fabiano, yeah, because he could have continued. He was actually slightly better at the end of the game, at the final position. But well, think that
It seems like to me that now the top guys like Fabiano, Aragnano, so they are just little biting, tasting Firuza, right?
yeah.
Hey, what do you do this? Where do you do this? They're tasting it, what he knows, and testing it a little. And then, well, but the other idea is maybe just Levon thought, okay, I don't want to play another 2 hours. I don't feel that I have enough energy that I will win this. So why don't just go on the Armageddon? It's fun. And then, okay, we'll see. And
No, that's what. Yeah, that's
they also
of course.
collect some points, right? Already with the draw.
Yeah, that makes sense, but still.
It means that he's careful.
Careful, careful.
He's careful. And he didn't have enough belief in his position.
Yeah, which is probably understandable that he's not really better, but I would have continued probably.
But okay, in the other hand, let's say, face it, if your position is not better really, I'm not sure Levon felt comfortable with this position. I think he likes more of either a more complicated position or a more positional position. It's positional, but actually it can get very concrete in a second.
Yes, yeah, that is true.
So it's rook on e4, d3. I have pawn on f3, so I cannot go with the rook to g3. It's like
chess is a game. It's difficult to win a game in top tournament, having it all very safe and completely your way, no counterplay at all, for your opponent, etc. Yes, sometimes you have to allow some counterplay. But anyway, it is as it is. We are going to have a very interesting tiebreak. And
yes, we're going to have it at 8:45, so in about 20 minutes from now.
So let's. It might exactly be the enough time for Magnus to give all his interviews, and hopefully, he would join us and comment a tiebreak together with us. That would be great.
Let's hope he joins and he can tell us and explain some of the mistakes what Fabi was doing.
Yeah.
So what is going on here after d5?
Knight d6 was played.
Knight d6, c takes d3,
okay.
d takes d3, d takes e4, and now white is to play.
The thing is that I don't know if knight takes b7 maybe just a simple solution, because the problem after king takes b7, d takes e4, and there is no rook d2 because of rook f7 check.
Well, I would actually lose on the spot.
Oh, there is still king c8, but it's not saving the day. Really,
I'm not sure actually it's lost, but it's not something you want to go for, right?
Yeah, it is difficult, at least.
I'm not sure it's lost, is it? Because actually king on h1 stands very miserable. The worst possible place.
True. But it's on the edge, at least. I mean, this can be, because if I take, you want check, rook e2.
Maybe rook e2, I was wondering.
Yeah, but in any case, check rook d8, I also had some other moves, like rook e7 or rook ff8. I mean, at least
no, for sure, this is not something that you want to go for.
Yeah, that is not a forced draw or anything,
Yeah, but actually, if you go rook h7, rook f2, and white is better.
Yeah, but maybe knight b7, I'm wondering if there is no kind of intermediate move, or like rook h7, but I don't think, no, it's not very likely.
Not now.
Yeah, because even knight c5 probably can.
So actually, maybe you don't want it, but maybe rook d2 is the only move. It's not so easy to make it. It's so frightening.
Yes. That's wait. Here it looks like
g6.
Even yes. I don't know, king g1 maybe king g1, rook g4 check, rook g6.
Well, still rook g4, king f1.
But even rook e8 check, it's very far from draw. Yeah. Also this. No, I mean, I don't think he's going to play it. Yes,
we have Magnus with us. Hello, congratulations.
Hello, congratulations.
Thank you.
We wanted to ask a few questions to Fabiano, but we will have to ask some explanations of some black moves from you, because we couldn't really get what was happening at some point.
The first question we have, whether were you more expecting c takes d4 than knight d6?
Yeah, frankly, since he went for this knight c4, I was expecting him to try and exchange on d4. But I thought, anyway, it's a little bit unpleasant. Like, we could easily get some ending, some pure knights ending, and then it's always going to be hard for him to draw.
And by the way, one question. Sorry, Magnus. Did you consider king e2 instead of rook b1?
Yeah, sure. I thought about this, and then take b2, rook c1.
No, rook b1. We thought.
I didn't see this.
It looks quite interesting. I mean.
Oh, this is very interesting. Now, okay, if a6, I take c7, and I get rook c1. And
rook c1 takes b5, knight d2, or something will consider, but it might be better for white. I don't know.
This is unpleasant for sure. Okay, so he should probably go back to c4 then.
Rook c1, yeah.
Rook c1 and then knight d6, I guess.
Yeah, take on c7.
Take c7, rook c8. rook d7, or rook c1, take a knight
It's a
b5.
knight b5.
Rook d7, knight d4, I
Or
think.
maybe I can take a knight in king d3 or something, yeah. But maybe it's not much, yeah.
No, I don't think this is. I don't think this is better than the symmetrical position. But it was also interesting to go rook c1, knight b2, and then rook c6, maybe.
Here?
Rook c1, knight b2, rook c6.
I don't know. b4, maybe knight d2. b5, maybe knight d2. Yeah.
Looks like black should be in time to.
It should be. It should be in time. And also, I thought I have a pleasant position in the game, so there's no. There's no reason to.
Because we thought at some point it was very already. I mean, here there were a couple of things. In fact, c3 was Judith's move, and I liked it very much. But then we realized that why not rook d8? Simply, I mean, king f3, rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah, but I take. I take, and rook c8, and sorry, rook c8, yeah.
Take rook b2, rook c8, king e8.
King e8.
But king e7 also, no?
Yeah, king e7 also. But anyway, I'm maybe going for h6 and then push. I thought it was not so easy for him.
Yeah, maybe some chance. Yeah. Takes and rook c4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some chances. Yeah, of course, rook b5 must be a draw, but yeah.
And that was
maybe
also
rook c5. Yeah, or something. Yeah.
I was also thinking of if he makes a pass after king f3, how this ending is.
Yeah, we were thinking as well.
We were thinking about f5.
Yeah, f5, I take everything, I go rook c7.
Yeah.
And I think the only plan is to push the pawn to a7.
Yes. No, rook c7.
No, rook c7. Yeah,
rook c7. Yeah, we were analyzing it. Yeah, rook a2, rook a7, or what? Oh, maybe a5 first. Yeah, just to have the rook.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
so,
doesn't matter so much.
Okay, you make waiting moves, and then I push the pawn. But I think there might be some serious chances there.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, I push the pawn all the way, and then
push it all the way to a7?
Yeah, and then I start going king g3, king h4, and I try to go for h3, g4.
Still, and then f3,
and after
g4.
that?
No, but after I get g4, I think this structure is very good.
But I can get my rook on a4 maybe, yeah? After king g3, just not to let your king there.
Okay, but then I have to go f4, I think.
f4, yeah, at least to force f4, yeah, that's always... I mean, king
h4. Yeah, g4. If it takes, and then because if he just waits, I go e4, e5.
e4, e5, yeah, and then f5 and f6
and if f5?
Oh, then you can take and rook f8 always, yeah.
Yeah, take rook f8 should win.
Yeah, there are chances, but actually I think
that takes rook e7.
Yeah, but I mean at some point, you would do it. Yeah. Probably.
Okay, I mean in general it's extremely unpleasant because I can try every plan and
I think that it's whether already rook d8, whether we didn't quite understand what was wrong with knight c4. That is
this is the big question.
Here, knight c4, right?
Knight c4, yeah.
I mean, takes. That was a Judith's idea.
Takes rook d1.
And king e7.
But king e7, rook d4.
Rook bc8.
Like this. And you don't think take and rook b2 is dangerous?
Take rook b2, rook a4, maybe, yeah.
And rook b3?
Rook b3, yeah. Take
and then start to bring the king.
This is not a draw yet. Yeah, that's true. And then, of course, what was really strange is king d7, but obviously rook c6. The only explanation, we thought maybe he just confused and made the second move of the variation. No?
I mean, I think he was just.
I mean, I just couldn't get why not king e7. First of all, king d7, but why not king e7 just after rook c3?
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to know what is your explanation.
I don't know. I mean, probably I go rook b3, then I put the rook on b4.
Yeah, no, of course white is pressed, but I mean, rook c6 is just c5 and resigns. Yeah,
I mean, maybe he thought he has some setup with the knight going to f6 and so on, but I mean, in the game when I get rook on b3 or the rook on c4, he just has nothing. So.
Yeah, no, that is totally over. Yeah, so it was quite time. We thought that he might have confused, just made the second move of the variation instead of But anyway, it's not your fault. I mean, congratulations.
No, okay, because I have to play my moves and then...
Yeah, you played a good game, and yes, it's what I predicted, that things will not be so easy after the opening for Fabiano. But of course, it was not his day, obviously. But an important victory.
Of course, it's
well,
huge.
it's a very important victory because now you took the lead of the tournament.
Yeah, it's almost unbelievable. After yesterday, I was struggling, and now it can change very quickly. But I think after rest day, Fabiano, we will be back, and he will continue to play well. I think he will bounce back. So, and also the Von Alreza, they're playing so well. So this is gonna be really, really tough.
Yeah,
so how do you plan to spend your day off? Are you going to do some sports?
I think there are some strange activities planned by the organizers.
We heard that you're going to play a blind simul.
Oh, is that tomorrow?
No?
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, maybe it would be a surprise, but I mean, quite many thousands of people got the information already.
Yeah, okay, then that's probably what will happen, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I don't feel ready for it right now, but we'll see.
Okay, congratulations and have a good rest day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Keep up the good shape.
Okay,
Good luck.
bye.
Congratulations.
Bye. Maybe I said something wrong.
Yeah, now there is no way back anymore, yeah?
Maybe I spoiled his day. I mean, he was just enjoying his victory and...
No, but I think after such a principle and victory, I think it's very difficult to spoil a day of a chess player when you...
I mean, what is the more ideal way of going into a free day, right? Taking over the lead in the tournament after round 4.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So
let's see. So the tie breaks are starting in 7 minutes.
Starting in 7 minutes, yes.
And we still have this position.
Yeah, this is what we had, right? And this is another critical
for some strange reason, it is white to move here.
No, actually.
G5 was. Let's see what happened.
Not G5. Something happened. Something strange.
D4, D4.
Here, D takes E4 happened.
So he decided to take on E4. Okay, G5.
So this way, the rook is on D7, and he was not even having...
Takes, I suspect, rook F2, yeah, it's very logical. Trying to get king G2 next.
Yeah, the safe way.
Maybe he's calculating, king G2 also, and then king G3, but there is no need, for this.
But if king G2, then rook H7.
And... there is...
I was wondering, then check
rook G2, king G3, but there is no need. I mean, B4 was played, B4. Instead of, B4.
Actually, it's an interesting move. Very interesting move. The question is, what happens if G4?
G4?
King G1? Probably king G1, just good. Rook H7, rook F2.
And
Black plays
what
passive.
about rook G7 maybe?
Rook H7? Well,
Rook h7 is played. Yeah? And what about time? Yeah.
I think it will be very difficult to save for black.
Yes.
White is really taking over, and rook f2.
Yes.
I would go rook f2.
Rook
Then come with the
f2.
king.
So let's think. Let's see what is black's chance. Maybe he needs to change rooks. Yeah, probably because it's rook d e7.
Yeah, but after rook d7, I would go rook f6.
Yes, you cut my king. Yeah, that's
So I
of
would
course
exchange this
it's
way.
quite bad news. But maybe you can still hope taking and playing rook h3, rook a3.
Yes, that's a good way of looking for counter chances.
It's not yet over. Yeah, it's
Rook g6.
but still even rook e3. There are some chances. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, but not much. Sorry, I
not
can't
much because you
agree.
get your rook on to g3.
Because I get a3 and rook g3.
Rook g3. But I can.
Unless you have something.
I will get my a5. I mean, there are some chances. It's not totally over. Not here, but once you play rook g3, I will play a5 and try to manage.
Well, if you would be playing it with the black pieces in a game, I'm not sure you would be so optimistic.
No, that's for sure. Yeah, but at least it's not completely over yet. Yeah.
No, of course, black will be trying to save the game, right?
Rook h7. That's what I think. Maybe there is after rook h7 there is more clear-cut way for white here.
Yeah, but rook d2 is a threat. So what else white can do than rook f2?
Yeah, rook f2, rook e7. Maybe just exchanging the rooks and playing rook e2.
That's possible.
And then trying to get the king close. Rook e2, I guess black will try to get his king into the center. King c6, king g2, king d6.
Rook d2 check.
Rook d2, king e5.
King f3.
Yeah, not easy, but maybe still
Well,
rook
maybe.
h7 or yes, check rook h7, some chances. I'm not quite sure if you also keep your rook on e2 and just put your king on g4 if there is any chance instead of rook d2 check. I mean, let's say, yeah, just playing king f3, king e5, king g4.
Okay, rook g7.
And then it's very passive, yeah, probably it will slowly but surely. I will probably give up this e4 pawn and enter with my rook. So let's say I would go. Yes, I don't know if immediately I would first maybe play a3, h3, useful moves, rook e3, and then. Oh yeah, let's say I play h3. I play h3, then I play. And at some point, I will go for rook f2, rook f5, or rook f2, rook f6.
Well, there is, from my vision, I see very little chance for black, but white played rook f6. He wants to have his two rooks. So what happens if rook d2?
My favorite 1000 checks variation.
But okay.
No, I'm half joking. Of course, king g1 probably he wants to play.
But what do you mean, rook h2?
Which one? Yeah, now I want to go up with the king, so I can check, take on a6 probably.
But okay, I go here, let's say.
And you want, yes, now you have this perpetual idea. Yeah, that's true.
No,
So-
I don't like to have king on g1 when black's rooks are on h2 and h4.
Yeah, I mean, it's there because it's again looks like the same type of mistake. Yeah, it's trying to force things when there is no need to force. Yeah, when you just play accurate and slowly win the same game accurately, or at least have a good winning chances. And
it's not only that. The thing is also that in many cases I realized, and I grew up to this mindset, that simply when you play against a strong player, sometimes you just don't want to allow counter chances. So you want to have the one-way ticket, right? So what we just looked at before, when you had your rook on f5, right here. I mean, it's a clear thing that it's like 99% that it's winning. It's only you have to be patient. You have to
of course, there is
calculate
always
a
some
little.
chance or that some kind of miraculous study-like draw will appear. But
Yeah, but here, rooks around your king. So it's not something that you're so happy. Maybe for concrete calculation, you will win, but it's not pleasant to see all these rooks around your king, right?
yeah, I remember Gelfand, he pointed out, and it was very clever. I think in his book, actually a great book he published recently, said that, the most efficient way to win a technically winning position is not necessarily the quickest one. It is the path where your opponent has the less possible amount of counter chances.
Exactly.
And that is true. I mean, it's better to win slow. Yeah, draw.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it's
But what do you mean it's a draw?
it's just agreed to draw. But
But we wanted to win just a second ago.
let's see. After rook h7, I mean,
We blundered or what?
maybe we are missing something, but I don't quite understand what can we miss if you just play rook f2 here. I mean, instead of rook f6. Maybe there is some rook d4, some chances, but it's clear that white has a very significant winning chances here. In any case.
Well, I go a3, I guess.
a3, rook d3, maybe this is the plan. Still, I would say this e-pawn will start to go. I'm also considering actually, instead of a3, I would rather give b4 pawn than
But
a3
what
pawn.
about going here and rook f6 and then e6?
Yeah, maybe rook e3, rook e7 then.
Ah, that's true.
I like actually, Judith, what I like to get my king. I like all my pieces playing. So let's say king g2 here.
And takes and king g3.
Takes king g3, yes. I mean, trying to go king g4 and yeah, rook b1, let's say, so king g4, even king g4.
Rook g1.
King f5. Just get my king active. Because I'm drawing chances, but it's extremely difficult position for black. Because king, yeah, you activate your king. Yeah?
No, the king now is fantastic. We are
So-
going to have the Armageddon game of...
by the way, I think the other game has probably started already. So let's move to the...
Oops.
No? Yes.
Yes. Oh, good that you noticed it.
So it's the same story, yeah?
Yeah, sorry from our audience that we missed it.
But
Actually, it's exactly
not
the
much,
same
yeah.
opening.
We haven't missed much yet.
Yeah, bishop f4, knight f6.
Not
long
bishop d2,
castle.
long castle, yeah.
Yeah, this is what we had. Knight f1, queen a5, king b1.
No, I think now Firuza didn't
Instead
decide
of
not to
king
go
b5.
knight g4. He hadn't played knight g4.
Ah, yeah, knight g4 he played, and queen e2, queen b5, and now he made a new move with rook d8.
And
Bishop c1, again it's there.
yeah, it's
The attacker
logical.
went to c1. So actually the time control is white has 10 minutes. That's how the game started.
Let's see what happened. There are a few more moves played.
Yeah. So we have, knight a4, c4.
Yeah, well, b5 will come at some point, but knight on a4 is...
And black had in the beginning 7 minutes, but now actually he has only 4 minutes. Is that correct?
It seems so,
Yes.
yeah.
4 minutes, and white has 8.5. And it's very strange. Actually, it's very surprising that Firuza spent so much time when actually he made the new move just 2 moves ago.
Yeah, because I suppose during this break, they had half an hour. I'm pretty sure he was, checking it with the computer. But
Well,
maybe
actually, they had only like 22 seconds, 20 to 23 minutes when they paused. But it's typical by the players that whatever amount of minutes they have, They just go up to their room, they take their notebook, and
Yeah.
immediately they start preparing, right? I'm not sure exactly how effective it is, but psychologically, we just have to do it. Yeah. That you know that I'm
Ah,
preparing,
I
I
would
try
say
my
s-
best.
Especially in this situation when you face the novelty, and yeah, that would be logical. But anyway, yeah, let's see. Queen c2. In
I
fact,
like
I'm
queen
not.
on c2.
I mean, black has counter chances. Yeah, the position is.
C5 breaking the center.
Yeah, it's maybe not the best.
We'll see g4 in this game.
I think d5 also. d5, ed93 is very typical way. Yeah, at some point you go d5 and then you use this f5 square. Yeah, I don't know when exactly, even maybe immediately. And that is very, very typical way of playing in Caro-Kann.
Yes, this f5 square is
tasty.
very,
Very tasty.
very, very powerful.
So I'm not sure about c5 move. Maybe.
I'm pretty sure Levon is thinking about sacrificing d5 and playing knight e3.
Yeah, there is of course another option trying to go g4, g5, but I think that is not so clear. I think d5 is like, maybe d5, b5 is an idea.
Well, yeah, knight is on f1, so actually the rooks are not connected. This can be a little problem, but knight e3 anyway.
Yes, and just to play some
But we have bishop d2 on the board.
bishop d2, queen a6, b3, but now cd4. Something tells me we will see cd4.
cd4, and
Yeah.
after b takes a?
Knight b. No, I just wanted to go d3, knight e4. Isn't it some interesting play?
Interesting.
I mean, looks very interesting. Okay, maybe knight b6 is okay as well,
So
but
you wanted to take this, and after b takes a4, to
maybe
go
d3. Yeah.
queen b3, let's say, and knight
Knight
e4.
e4 looks quite scary, no? Bishop f6 is coming. If bishop e3.
Yeah, okay. Let's see
Very,
what
very
we
strange.
have.
It looks so natural, yes, cd, d3, but okay, maybe we are missing something. I don't see
Well,
what.
the knight on b6 is not standing very well. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
So knight d4 or bishop d4?
I would take with
Knight
the knight if I would take with the bishop. Yeah, now some knight
But probably he's
d7.
heading to b5 with his knight, maybe.
But I wanted to maybe take on c4. I mean, to play for initiative. I think maybe its position is
Knight
fine, but it's a little passive. What?
For Firuza.
Yes, a little passive.
Yeah.
I think the position was ready for something more active. Yeah.
No, and actually, if you think about it, he lost a lot of time with knight b6, a4, and go back b6.
Yeah, because now f3 will come maybe, and then yeah, now white is in full control.
g4.
Even g4 immediately.
e4. Though I'm not sure. Knight e4, bishop b2.
Yeah, it's
Very beautiful position for white.
yeah, everything under control. Yeah, very difficult.
No, I
for
understand
black.
that you even wanted to stop knight e4 and to protect.
Yeah, but bishop b2. It's
But
difficult
maybe
to-
it will come with the tempo.
Yeah, black needs urgently to find a way how
Bishop.
to create some kind of counterplay, because
But his queen is very badly placed on a6.
yes,
That's another very big problem for him.
no, it's a difficult situation. Yeah, for black he needs to.
I think white should have a huge advantage. It will be
Yeah.
just crushing g5.
I would actually confuse like
F3.
f5. I would just go f5 and
f5, and if I take?
and take bishop f6. Okay, just to confuse matters,
Yeah,
because
but-
otherwise knight d6. Yeah, that is okay. I just
What's the idea? I mean, what a funny knight setup. Look at this.
no, that is really.
I mean,
bad.
in every game of Firuza, I mean, these knights are jumping in the most unexpected places. G5.
I mean, I don't even know what black wants to play b5, but that's very, very
yeah,
long.
but it's like, I mean, G5, B5 takes and knight F5.
No, I guess g5, h5 has to be played, but then g6 and d6 will fall. Yeah,
But I'm
that's
not
really.
even sure that G5, H5, B4 you don't have.
I want first even g6 and then b4. Just
G6
to,
and then.
yeah. No, it's really a bad position. Yeah, I mean,
G5
queen
on the
e2.
board.
That is
H5, queen E2.
That is
Also doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, but it looks a bit slow to me. I mean, of course, it's still good, but
Yeah, but if he has to go g6, then knight just moves knight d5 and on queen e5.
No, I think he would.
diagonal.
Yeah, he would give the h5 pawn.
Well, he
G6,
doesn't have
yeah.
too much.
G6 looks very, very.
I think queen h5 should be winning too.
Queen h5.
No?
No, it is, of course, but I mean, maybe black can try.
Well, maybe just rook g1. Play boring. Of course, g6 is something that.
Yes, just yeah, queen h5. No, I mean that knight f2. I don't believe it can be saved. But maybe after queen h5, maybe black can try to use this tempi to create. No, we are not talking about objective assessment of the position, which is completely obvious, but just to see if black has any realistic.
Well, I think
chances.
queen h5, knight f2, g6, for example.
No, knight f2 for sure. G6. It's just. I'm sure it's lost. I was more thinking.
But why not knight e6, by the way?
Knight e6, f3, you are sure? F3, g6, yeah, rook, yeah, no, that's made simply. No, I think not knight f2. After queen h5, you have to try to do something. Yeah, g6,
Well,
queen h6.
I mean, queen h6.
Yeah, e5, knight d5.
Knight e6.
Even knight e6.
No, I mean, this is horrible.
Yeah, no, that's horrible, yeah.
So now the dish is there. He just has to finish.
Yeah, it's well, but there are many ways. Yeah, for white, it is. Yeah, it's quite strange because Firouzja is very active player, and he got. I mean, the CD4 was so natural, so much in his style, and so natural. Even if it's not objectively working, but you just take the initiative and start to. Yeah, it's So knight takes
Rook
f2 was
g1.
played.
You see, he went for the safe stuff.
Rook g1. Yeah, but that is really slow. I mean, of course it's good, but sometimes a couple of more moves like this, and I don't quite understand what was. What was the reason of not playing actually? What is it?
Well, he
Rook
wants to avoid
d3.
knight c3. I'm not sure he had to.
Yeah,
Why
but
did he
that's-
play rook d3?
Somehow it's getting
Maybe e5.
some fight. A5, knight.
E5, knight f5 takes knight to e7 is.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's getting not so simple. Yeah, I mean, some knight c5. This I don't like because I just think
but
probably
now
g6.
we
might
can blunder
be
the
winning.
but g6 knight d3 and the
And knight
h5 is-
d5, knight d5 in your style, Judith. Just beautiful
But we
mate.
We see the time. Actually, rook on c2 stands very well, I think. 228 and Firouzja is 130.
But well,
What about
it's not
g6?
so obvious. Yeah, g6, f3, knight c5.
Yeah. Okay, no, but then knight d5 and it's just cooked.
No, I think you should probably try to create very quick. I mean,
No, but maybe. Well,
what about knight f5 maybe?
well, knight df5 and knight d5 to start.
At least rook d5, and you
But okay,
keep on. You keep the game going.
Knight
Yeah.
f5, I think it makes
Rook
a lot of
fe8.
sense. Rook e8. Interesting. Trying to save the game.
Yes, I think the idea is that after queen takes h5, once white doesn't have g6, so he won't
Maybe he
bishop
wants to go,
f8.
what, bishop f6 maybe?
You mean if g6 immediately?
No, if queen h5.
No, just bishop f8 maybe, because there is no g6, yeah?
But
Because
you
queen.
get c5.
But g6, knight f6 I have always here, yeah? I mean, it's not made immediately.
Well, not immediately.
Yeah, but it.
But here
it must
c5
be.
I go.
c5, well, I will try my luck.
Where?
Uh,
Where and
Good
how?
question. e5, maybe. No, but it's some things, anything can happen, because to me it's
I mean,
clear
here
that.
even just knight f3, you know?
Yeah, no, of course.
Oh,
I mean,
G6 you can try.
yeah, no, I mean that I can see that Levon is whether he's very, very.
This rook g1 was not.
I mean, yeah, whether he is extremely nervous but yeah, I mean, he is also
Wants to go
c5.
safe.
Yeah, but c5, g6, yeah, but I mean, you can knight d2 check. I mean, when you start to play like this, anything can happen, yeah, already.
E5 next.
Well, rook d2, I suspect, yeah, must
But
be
then
winning.
takes.
And some tactics like knight is, I mean, must
No,
be a win,
king
but
c
already
check.
little
King
time, you
c
know,
check.
things are getting
Oi, oi, oi. Wow.
knight e4.
Things are turning. And actually, Levon goes under in time. He has only 48 seconds,
Yeah,
50
it's
seconds for
no,
Firuza.
but now queen takes a2, no?
Oops.
I'm sorry, queen b1 mate is threatening.
Oops.
No, this is just, yeah, g6. Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
what about some kind of
Queen h8 check?
knight,
Wow,
queen
what?
h8, knight c6? I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe, but yeah, queen a2 was just winning on the spot, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they're very nervous.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what he
Okay.
did.
What about queen c3?
Then bishop c3 and knight d8 probably.
Yeah. Okay, so goes
No, but
up
now
knight
it's
f3.
well, it's a
What
fight,
a
yeah.
crazy situation. 27
Rook g4,
seconds
yeah.
to 32.
Well, rook g4 has to
Rook
be played.
g4, knight c5. And
Yeah,
black
yeah.
is-
Rook
no,
d1. No,
d1.
now it's now it's clear that black is fine. It's just about
Black is fine, and Levon should be very nervous. I'm pretty
more
sure.
than
that
fine, actually.
He knows
just,
it that he had just a winning position, completely winning position.
Yeah, yeah.
Bishop f6, good move, I think, or maybe.
Oh,
But
knight
after
d3
bishop
check, yeah.
f6 takes knight e4. Knight b6.
d6. That is
e6, knight c6. 13 seconds, 12 seconds. My God.
yeah.
18 seconds, 7, 9. Okay, he got 1 second. Ah, no, yeah, he just starting to get 1 second after every move. King h7, black is better.
Yeah.
Goes to h5.
Yeah, but the thing is that Ariza is so
Or-
quick usually, yeah, that it's
Well,
difficult
it will
to.
be very difficult to save the game for Aranyan. That's for
Yeah.
sure. And he's losing on time? No, not yet. But actually, he's going to be very.
Knight d7, yeah, is a problem.
Knight d3, knight f2 is also not bad.
Yeah. What is
Very
happening?
difficult. Very difficult. It's matter of blitzing. I don't know if we can get the camera on the board.
Yeah,
But
Can we get the camera?
that's for sure that now
because something happened, yeah? I guess maybe some piece fault or...
I don't know.
Can we get the camera on the...
Cameras maybe froze. There was so many tension there. That
Uh-huh. So
playing
he
call
won.
froze.
Won, lost, I don't
And
know.
yeah, Ali Reza won. What
Okay.
what a
Yes,
game.
yes, it is...
Oh, what a game. It was so clear for Levon.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
had
No, I
it-
mean, it is just quite difficult to understand. Yeah, I mean,
it's a sad thing to go like this
yeah,
for
it
a
is
free day. I must say.
really, yeah, because it was such a simple way of, I mean, 94, Queen H5, and even later on, I mean, and here still Levon, he had like 5 minutes, yeah?
Here he had the time advantage, if I
Yeah,
remember correctly.
yeah, I mean, it's, I
So
don't,
if,
Knight
if,
F2,
Knight
it is
F2,
so
I
obvious
think-
that there must be more than one way to win here, yeah?
What about, I said knight e6. I don't know if I'm correct here, but I have the feeling that it's just over.
Yes, it must be, yeah.
It's just over, isn't it?
Well, G6, there's still King G7, but it must be a win, yeah?
G6, King G7, Queen H7, King F6. Well,
Oh, take Rook D1, you know, just don't hurry.
I want to give mate, come on. Knight G4,
King F5, at least
G7,
maybe Queen H5 was also.
Queen
mate.
G6. I mean, it should be mate, no?
Yes, must be King F3 and again my favorite Rook takes D1 and then slowly giving the mate slowly, you know. Rook H3 maybe is a mate, yeah?
You can't resist to take back the knight. You
No, but
can-
maybe Rook H3 actually is mating, no?
No, I think it
Rook
should
H3,
be
King
mate.
F4. No, but of course it's mate, and also G6 maybe instead of 96 also. I mean, it's just so obviously. I mean, here G6 also. I mean, how can you?
G6 takes,
I don't know, Queen G6.
knight D1.
Or
knight
maybe Rook F6 at least. Yeah, Rook F6 maybe. But still, even Queen G2, I don't know. But of course, yeah, that is a bit less clear. But maybe, yeah,
also
that is.
knight E6.
Yeah, also, but maybe even Rook DG1 after Knight takes F2 and Knight H1 G6. So, I mean, it is so clear that it's mate. I mean, you don't even have to calculate so
Yeah,
much.
it's typical I mean, in this position, everything was bad for black, right? Everything. Queen on a6 stands worse. But within a few moves, actually, Firuza incredibly reset his positions. Queen on a5, rook on e8, knight on e4. And actually, everything started to be reorganized where the pieces should be. He went knight e4.
I cannot hear this well. I don't know.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Congratulations.
Okay, now it's better. Yes. Hello.
Yes, hello. Yeah, tell us, Ariza, what have happened at the end? Because I think the camera broke. And did you win it on time or?
No, I just resigned. I think, or no, because I took the last pawn, right?
No, because we had the game only after knight g4, and then everything collapsed. Yeah, but I guess you started to pick up pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, I was winning the last position. I just took the f6 pawn, and it was just. Yeah, I started also 1.5 minutes down on when the game started.
Sorry, why?
I don't know. The arbiter told us come 8:45 and 8:45, and now he says we started 8:41 or something. And I gave you 3-minute addition, for you to come. He made a mistake, and now I think he's lying, but I don't know. Okay.
But when did you start finally?
No, I think he started the clock on exact 8:44 or 45. I don't know.
Yes, because they told us that it's going to be 8:45.
But now he says it was 8. I don't know what is happening. But I started with 5 minutes on the clock. Except
how is that possible?
7 minutes.
Well, anyway. So yes, and by the way, we have a tie-break game now.
Yes. Do you mind to look at the game first and then talk about it, or you want to leave so we ask a few questions?
No, I stay. Yes.
You stay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. So let's go for the game, Tari and Duda.
Yes.
So e6, double e pawns. Let's try from the beginning. Judith, can you check?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 3 bishop b5 going to sideline.
Yeah.
Bishop g7,
Yeah.
Is this normal?
It is okay. I mean,
after all, we have a Armageddon game.
Yes. But I think the structure in general is quite dangerous for black. This structure, but strategically. But of course, I'm not sure about e6.
Well, black wanted to put the bishop on b7, so what's wrong?
I would have maybe tried knight to get knight to d6, king on h8, and maybe f6 or f5. Yeah, because it's e6 now. Your both bishops actually are pretty bad.
Well, we have again a bishop on h6 trying to exchange.
White play is very comfortable, right? I don't know if it was a good choice for black.
But he wants to get b5. Yeah, if he gets b5, he will be.
Even that is not better for him or something. Yeah.
He doesn't need to win with black. Draw would be fine. Yeah, I think he would agree to a draw.
Yeah.
But then the e5 pawn, there is a small issue with e5 pawn, or a big issue.
Yeah, he wants to take knight h2, knight g4, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not easy for black.
Maybe bishop h8. It's not looking good, but at least you keep, protecting the e5 pawn, and then you continue with your plan, knight d6, b5.
Because it's not easy to play f6 after the bishops are exchanged, so I don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe just queen d6 instead of bishop h8, I don't know.
Queen d6?
Yeah. Just go f6. But he could go knight h2 now, and
and if I take on g7, you want to take with the king, yeah?
But actually, why not bishop c6 and b5?
Can
I have b4 always, by the way, yeah? I always can maybe...
Also, always take on g7, queen g5 is not clear, right?
Yeah, f6.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe there is something there, I don't know. Like queen e7.
But maybe instead of f6, I go b5, queen e5?
No, I just take on rook a8, and then bishop d3 on just.
Mm-hmm. I think I would keep the bishop. Strangely enough, bishop h8.
He
just
also
to,
did. He decided also to go bishop h8.
More solid. Yeah.
Queen g5. Where is it heading to? Bishop c6.
Well, I mean, he can just white can just try to protect the d3 pawn and then to.
Yeah.
In fact, first of all, b5 is not a threat yet. Yeah.
Not
So
yet,
finish.
but it would be fine. Ah, he just wants to go
That's
knight
not
g5.
bad. No, bishop g5, knight g5. Yeah, that looks interesting. So rook takes a8, I guess.
Takes, bishop
And
b3,
bishop
rook
also.
d8 back.
If
Queen d8. He could exchange, no? Queen
Queen
d8.
d8, knight g5, no?
But then
yeah. So,
bishop f6. Okay, he plays bishop f6.
But now bishop g5?
bishop g5, bishop g7 probably he wants.
Yeah.
But it looks very comfortable for white.
Better. It was better to start with queen d8, right? Like knight g5, bishop f6. The pieces were.
Queen d8, knight g5, bishop f6.
I
Yeah,
think bishop
but
h6
then
is
queen
better.
g3. Yeah, I have queen g3 protecting the pawn on d3. So
Well,
what
I don't know. Queen g3 now or first bishop h6, bishop f6? Or knight h2 now?
Knight h2, yeah. Well, yes, it's possible, but maybe queen d7. It's not clear if knight g4 is mate really. Yeah?
Well, it's not mate at all, actually. I don't know which. Well, yeah, he went queen g3.
Yeah, that
here.
is
Logical. And then the d3 will be protected by his queen after queen d7, knight h2, or knight e5.
But now if rook d8,
Knight h2.
knight h2.
Yeah, this will go to seconds, I think, this game.
Yeah, it's
It's the ground now.
b4. b4. It's quite original.
b4 is a surprising decision.
Yeah, cb. Because I would try to get c4 in, yeah? I mean,
But
that's-
maybe white will be able to play d4 next, e5 and knight d4.
But he doesn't want to take, I think. He wants like queen
Rook
b6
b8?
or rook b8. Yeah.
but then some rook b8, but you get your bishop on c4, pawn on b3, yeah, for white. It's, yeah, I think it's a strange move because probably c4 should have been tried at some point, yeah, or even bishop b7, c4. I mean, that is a typical idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Also now he could get his bishop to b2 or something. Like
Maybe black should go bishop b5 at least. I don't like at all to give the possibility for white to play bishop c4 b3. That might be very unpleasant.
this is very weird the way he played.
It is strange. There is bishop d2 move or simply bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4.
Queen b4 b3, yeah, just very solid. And then
Bishop d2, bishop c3.
yeah, probably black will play rook a2, but e5 pawn is going to fall probably.
Very dangerous position.
Bishop d2 is also not bad, but now maybe bishop b5. I still
Oh,
knight
now white
h2.
is very nice.
Knight h2 probably. Oh, h4. A little slow to my taste, h4.
Yeah.
But okay, it's okay. H5, bishop e6 at the end.
I mean, I want to attack now bishop b5 very quickly. The pawn on d3. Bishop b5,
Yeah,
queen
I just go
d6.
d4. I just go d4, takes e5.
Yeah, but that's at least the fight. Knight g7.
Bishop g5, knight h5.
And knight h5, bishop f6. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's actually quite interesting. Knight g3, f g3. I mean, this bishop on f6 is a bomb, you know, you just cannot...
h2 is very safe.
Yeah, I mean, it can be very strong, in fact. Because this bishop on f6, you just cannot do anything with him. Then c line, then rook enters via c line, and you make...
I'd be very surprised if Tari would play that.
Okay, he played bishop g5.
g5, it's right there. Ah, no, knight
Knight
g5.
g5.
Oh, knight.
Yeah, it's a good move also.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would be able to resist to sacrifice a queen like this.
What if h6? What is the idea? Queen f3, queen d8.
Queen d6. That starts to look really bad. And if queen f3, queen is knight h5.
This is very dubious.
Yes, it's more than dubious. Yeah, that looks really, because even white can just play g3 at some point and
Well,
Yeah.
probably that's what he's
like
going.
bishop c4 and just quietly having full control on
Yeah,
the
g3
position.
is a very nice move.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult situation for.
Oh, he got bishop b5. Yeah. Maybe it was better to start bishop c4. Yeah.
Yeah, still it's looks like it can, the position can fall apart at some point. Yeah.
Queen takes.
Yeah, queen d3 or bishop d3.
Queen d3. Yeah.
I don't know what's the plan after queen takes d3.
Bishop.
Was it necessary to give away?
Yeah, it was.
It doesn't look like it was necessary, but takes. Now the problem is the e4 pawn. Yeah?
Bishop c4. Yeah, still. No. Okay.
Bishop takes g5 is, yeah, it's a threat. Yeah, so white needs to. Okay, the knight on h5 is out of place, so he still, maybe even after bishop c2, maybe he still has chances. Yeah, but of course it's.
I don't like it that the d3 pawn was given away.
Rook
Bishop takes
b8.
b4.
He wants
Bishop d6
Bishop
probably. Yeah,
d6.
is that,
That's a need.
Yeah.
Knight e6. That's not good enough.
Now he has to sacrifice because rook b8 is there.
There is rook d1 or rook c3 moves like this. I mean, but that's not good. Yeah, even hg and gh.
Yeah. Okay. He should
Yeah, of
take.
course he sacrificed it, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Oh, it's interesting. Bishop gets to d5. Yeah, and
Black is very passive, so it's.
yeah, it's not so easy. It's quite interesting.
Well, it was clearly the only chance, I think. Okay, bishop c3 or bishop d6? Bishop c3, yeah?
But then, yeah, I would try to to get maybe bishop g7, knight f6.
Actually, they play very fast, even though both has over 2 minutes.
Yeah, but it's very tense situation. Yeah, very, very unclear and tense.
I'd rather play it with white.
Yeah, sure.
Though I'm not sure white is better. Rook f7, g4.
No, definitely. I would also prefer white here.
Yeah.
Practically, in a practical sense, yeah. In a classical game, probably black is fine, but
not better.
yeah, I'm not sure if he's a rook b6.
So king g2.
Lots of options for white.
b4, b2. Yeah.
Not sure about b4 because it's not really going anywhere, and the bishop on c3 might lose
Stability.
Yeah, I was not sure if rook c8 check was possible.
What about bishop f7?
Now.
No, I thought without taking bishop f7.
Maybe still I can take on g3, take on e4, and it's getting maybe not
Well,
enough
actually,
material.
white
It's
should
very
be
interesting
moving
game,
to
yeah.
his king g2, king h3, king g4.
Probably black wants to play g4 and then bishop e2, bishop f3,
Good idea.
if he manages.
Yeah, g4, rook c8, king h7. Yeah.
Actually, black is taking.
But actually quite interesting is rook c6 maybe, yeah? Some very strange plan. Then I don't know if it's so easy to stop the b pawn. Rook c6
Well, probably
bishop.
it's the best.
I mean, and you just push the pawn and not so easy because e5 pawn is hanging, yeah? So
Yeah.
bishop d2. I think white is preparing some mating net. Like,
Yeah, but now he has to do something, right? Bishop d2 was not good because rook c6 now he could just avoid exchanging even.
yeah.
Like rook b8.
Yes.
Well,
of course,
actually,
bishop.
even before, after rook c6. Rook b8, rook f6.
But still, yeah, knight f6, rook f8, maybe it was
I
not.
think now it's time for Magnus style f4, gf king f2, you know, something like this. Yeah, but that's of course, yeah, letting bishop on f3.
Wow, this looks
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
not good.
done. I think he lost the control.
Well, bishop c3, and then, yeah, but of course, having bishop on f3.
Rook a3, and
Yeah, it's rook takes f6, you'll have to play, but that's bad, yeah.
okay, rook a3, rook c7, I could keep it still, but rook c7,
That's what he has
Yeah,
to
but
do.
already that is
yeah.
pretty sad, yeah, for white.
Mm.
There is bishop b2 move possible, yeah, I don't think you can...
Rook d3 then, no?
Yeah, that's true.
Knight g6.
Knight g7.
Well,
But still anything can happen in this game, yeah?
And the problem is he doesn't have plan, like how he wants to
it's
push.
very difficult to start
Yeah.
the plan, and
But
both
rook c6
players under a
is-
minute.
It's pretending that you attack the bishop on f6.
Knight h5, even, I think.
I think, yeah, some bishop f3, knight f5 ideas might come at some point. Not maybe immediately, maybe even now. Bishop f3 check where the king goes.
h2.
h2 and knight
I
f5.
think it has
Yeah,
to.
I just give up everything.
I mean, rook f6, rook c3. King goes to
Oh.
f1.
He blundered, right?
What is... bishop g5.
Oh, he wants bishop g5.
But bishop e5 and rook
Yeah,
g6
yeah.
and all
Or
kinds
maybe he doesn't have good place for king, yeah?
of king e1 now.
First, rook c7 check looks quite uncomfortable, yeah?
Yeah, king e1, bishop g5.
Rook b1, bishop g5.
No, bishop g5, rook g6, rook g5 at minimum.
No,
yeah,
but
but,
now you are going to lose, like bishop g4 and...
Well,
Yeah.
now it's 18 seconds for black, 27 for white. And the position turned over, and now white is going to win, it seems. Bishop
Yeah.
e5, bishop e5, rook b1.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
finished.
but now checks, no? Rook b1 king
Only
e2,
one
yeah?
check.
Possible, yeah. And f4.
So black is actually going down in time, ending the game.
Yes,
Black has to go
it's,
back to d8, only move.
yeah,
Well, of
no,
course,
that's-
with these four bishops, anything can be bishop b6, but there is no check on b2.
f5.
Wow, brave move.
Very strange move, unless it's mating.
Well, probably bishop f6 next, right? Bishop f6 and mate.
No, now, of course, with so little time,
Yeah,
But it
anything
seems
can
like
happen.
black probably lost on time.
yeah, he won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a it was a thriller.
It
Of
was
course,
very stressful.
not as much as the game of Ariza today. I mean the tiebreak, but still.
Yeah.
Can you say a few words about your game in the classical game? Because I
Yeah.
think probably the winner, Ariane, is also going to show up, but first he goes to the Norwegian team.
Yeah, rook d3. I think he had. I don't know if he had preparation, but it was clear. And like after knight b6, my play was very logical. I don't know, like how he
How
could.
did you feel in this position? Did you think that it's completely balanced, or you had?
I thought it's round equal, but always, of course, white has some edge. I don't know, but I think it's comfortable to play with black. So
Yeah.
So you were happy with your position?
yeah, sure, because this is the best I could get. I think. Like,
Yeah, we also thought it was perfectly fine for black.
yeah, knight f4. He found this knight f3, knight e5 idea was very nice. Because now I don't have bishop, like bishop d6 doesn't work, knight e5. Because
But we were thinking about castles 95 rook a d8. I don't know if you considered this move. It looked very logical.
You played f6, which I mean, it was a provocation to have knight on e5 that you play f6.
yeah.
Because rook d8, if there is no rook g3, then yeah, it's a useful move, and to ask white.
But I will be a bit passive, no? Like c4, queen d6, rook d1.
No, c4, queen g2 probably should work
Oh,
already.
queen b2?
Yeah. Because with rook on d8, and what was the line, Judith? We were.
We
I
had
think rook d1,
rook
c5,
F6, no?
rook d1 or c5, rook g3, rook d4. Yeah, was the line.
Oh, okay. This is very concrete, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
we were looking c5 and rook d4 also.
I don't know if it's only way, but also f5 was always possible. Yeah, in this position. Yeah, here it seems that it works. Also f5.
Okay.
Because rook d8 is a very important move. Yeah, I mean, it's a very useful tempi.
8. And if I go rook d1,
Yeah, rook d1. Maybe here, I mean, rook d1 already, bishop d6, for example.
yes, c4, queen c4 works,
Before
right?
bishop e5 also, yeah.
Oh yeah, bishop.
Yeah, maybe black is just perfectly fine after rook d8.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't see queen g2 possibility. Yeah, I thought it's too dangerous.
Yeah, sometimes it works.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
And if
Sometimes it's
c4,
not.
queen g2, rook e1.
You mean after c4?
Yeah, c4, queen g2, rook e1.
I thought there were not so many threats in general here.
The rook g3
Okay,
and
I have one thread.
I mean, one, yeah. And that, let's say if I play now,
f6?
can I do c5 still
no.
or not?
F6, rook g3, yeah.
Can I still play c5?
Rook g. Oh, again rook d4.
Mm-hmm.
But queen e3 and
Queen h2 or
knight f3. I take the
no.
queen.
Yeah.
Queen e3. I think it's just winning.
And knight f3.
Yeah.
And knight f3, yeah, that works. Okay, then we will try something else.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know rook e1 what to do.
I mean, rook e1. No, I'm sure. Let's check. We'll find something because queen takes g2, rook e1. Yeah, here rook e1 and looks like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it. Maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah. Maybe bishop b4 and I don't know.
Some concrete, tactical ideas like bishop b4. But it's hard to say. It needs to be analyzed. Yeah.
Because his king is kind of safe and he could bishop b4, even rook e3.
But you're right also that maybe c4, queen d6 was possible. Yeah, also.
Yeah, queen d6, but
because c4 is very committing. I mean, it's.
Rook g3, what is the idea? Queen
I want to
d4.
take on d4 simply.
Yeah.
And if rook d1, bishop f6, yeah, it might be enough.
Oh, f6 probably. I mean, yeah.
6 then the endgame is.
Yeah, this may be knight g6, but it's true, bishop f6.
But why the endgame can be anything special for white?
Yeah, like knight g. Oh yeah, takes king f7. Yeah. So.
I mean, it's at least you need to calculate, but bishop f6 should be. Yeah, that's why we thought it was fine. But anyway, and the final position. What do you think about the final position?
I don't know. Fine. He said I am slightly better there, but I don't know how I could be better. I think.
You are better?
No, he said I am better in the last position after the game.
Really?
But I didn't understand.
I mean, slightly better or better?
He said slightly better, but
no, that's I agree. I also think white is a little better.
No, he said
No,
black
he
is.
said that
Black is slightly better.
Yeah, that was weird.
That is strange. Yeah, that's. I think that it's a little bit more comfortable for white, to my understanding, but probably nothing special. Yeah, that's and what was your assessment of the position?
Yeah, I thought it's around equal, but we had both little time, so I thought taking draw is normal, right? Yeah.
I think it's roughly equal. But Vladimir said that he would be pressing.
I mean, I would continue with white here. I mean, it doesn't mean that I would win and maybe even I would lose, but I would. I think I quite like white's position.
I think he was getting annoyed with f5 or knight e3, queen h. I wanted queen h5 actually.
Queen h5.
Or queen b5. I thought queen b5. I think. Sorry.
But the idea was maybe for white to play queen e1, just slowly regrouping and. Once white stops f5, e5, c5, which is likely, yeah. I mean, it should be slightly better to me
Yeah,
because of
I
e6
want
pawn.
to c7, just move around. But
Yeah, it's probably close to equal.
yeah.
But anyway, and then let's come to the tiebreak, which was quite heartbreaking.
Oh, that was quite tough for you, no?
Yeah, okay, I had only 5 minutes on the clock, so...
But did you see CD? Because it was so natural. I thought immediately after b3, cd4, no?
Yeah, I saw CD, but BA4
And b3, isn't it? It
and
looks
rook
so
D6 or something. Yeah.
knight e4,
Bishop e3.
bishop f6.
Yeah, I saw this. If I wanted to win, I was going to play it for sure. But
it's not. I thought it otherwise black can be worse, and here it's maybe just a very strong attack.
Yeah, it might be winning. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's slow. So okay, I was sure, since I know you're very active player, I was sure CD would be like automatic. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
and it's frankly, it's objectively looks very strong. I mean, it looks extremely strong. I don't know, BA, okay, otherwise doesn't make any sense. BA, D3.
Yeah, Queen B3, 94.
94. I just don't see any defense basically for white.
So Bishop E3, Bishop F6, yeah.
And
It's...
okay, maybe computer, of course, will maybe go Rook C1 and try to, but in a practical sense, white black is just going all in. And
it's strange because I want draws, so I don't know.
Yeah, but then later it was a bit dangerous, for black.
Somehow it started to go very badly for you after knight b6, we felt.
Yeah, it was normal that it was going bad for me because my queen on a6. Yeah, but I didn't see anything that would win immediately. Like
I thought queen h5 as one option was.
Yeah, knight f2.
Now probably several ways to win.
or
Knight
g6?
e6 probably. Rook dg1 even maybe wins, but knight e6 should be winning by force.
Yeah, if e queen g6, right?
Fe
g6.
Oh, sorry, g6. Yeah.
Knight d1 seems to be only move, but now seems like everything wins. Yeah, bishop g7, maybe even taking.
Maybe
g1.
g6 is the best actually.
Yeah, I mean, looks like it's.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Will not last too long.
And if queen c6 instead of knight d1, just knight d5.
Yeah, I mean it's. That looks like one of the ways to.
Yeah, and if queen h5, I wanted maybe queen a5. I thought maybe at least I go queen a5, and just play.
Yeah.
Play and pray. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe knight d5, ed, knight e6. No, but I'm kidding. I would probably just come back,
Yeah, just 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, just come back, right?
Yeah, knight c3, and I just play around.
No, but that's totally lost, I mean,
sure.
take rook d3, g6. But I mean, that's true that, it was it's surprising, but then somehow, I guess there were a couple of more ways for white to win, but somehow it got tricky at some point, Although here it was really bad also,
I don't know actually why it's so bad. I don't.
You mean
because I got lucky with knight d2, rook d2, queen d2, g6, queen d3.
But knight d2, sorry, queen h5, rook d2 was not.
Queen d2, g6, queen d3, and always I have queen d3 if you sacrifice.
But still, knight dc2, isn't it mate?
fg and bishop f8.
Yeah, but should be my rook h6 probably.
Knight g4.
Must be mate, Knight dc2. Yeah, g6.
How it's made like
knight dc2? Because sorry, queen is on d3. Yes, but takes, bishop goes, maybe just knight g4. Yeah, but of course it's at least some kind of a fight already.
Queen, I don't know.
Not very funny to play it with black, that's for sure.
Queen d1, knight e4 is still I'm fighting,
But knight h6?
King
h7.
Yeah.
Yes. Sort of, But okay, at least it's probably a win, but then later, yes. By the way, after king c1, we thought queen takes a2 was quite a nice move.
Queen a2?
No, I mean not here. Next, after knight e4 c5. Yeah, here. Queen a2 was quite a move. With some little but annoying threat. Queen b1 mate.
I forgot about Queen A2.
It was just
Things like
winning
Lavon too.
on the spot. Yeah, as I understand.
Yeah, he has to resign after Queen A2. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, it was a fight. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Well, so far so good for you. How
Yes.
are you planning to spend the free day?
I don't know. We had 10 days, 3 days, so I don't like always. I don't know.
So actually, how was your quarantine time before the tournament?
It was same as like home. I was working and like not much difference, and just we couldn't go to restaurant and supermarket. But otherwise, it was just fine. Yeah.
Okay, so wishing you good rest for tomorrow and
Yes, there will be some exciting competition tomorrow, as far as I understand. So
I don't know what is the plan. I should ask here.
yeah, there will be some kind of interesting competition. I know always that the organizers, they prepare some very funny and nice, interesting things, events during the rest day. As I have already mentioned in my previous stream, I was milking a cow, for example, one of the times. So we did. I was doing archery and many other funny things. Milking a cow was probably the most exciting one. So let's see what is going to be tomorrow. But anyway, congratulations, fantastic start, and yes,
congratulations.
Thank you very much.
have a good
Bye.
evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe we are going to have Tari in the room. I'm not sure.
Soon, just disinfecting.
Okay. So let's see, all the measures are taken in these difficult times. So we are having Ariane.
Good evening, Ariane.
Hi, congratulations. I think we need to unmute you so we can hear your comments.
I think unmuting is. Yeah.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. So how did you feel today? How did you go to the game with after such a difficult start of the tournament? And also your opponent had the same situation.
Yeah, no, I just decided to go all in today. You see my opening. I don't play the Grand Prix usually, but I just decided to play something fun.
But we had the feeling that probably we had a guess that probably you were inspired by some of my games, because I used to play all my childhood this opening
I've seen
system.
some of your games for sure, yeah. Yeah, in this moment when I played bishop h6, to be honest, I thought he can just take on f5, just take the pawn, like take on h6, take on f5.
And knight h4, yeah, that we thought your idea was probably
No, knight
h4.
g5.
Yeah, knight h5.
Knight g5, yeah.
Somehow I wasn't sure about my compensation.
Rook f6.
Yeah, ef.
Queen f6. I thought it was quite interesting.
Yeah, I was not sure, but obviously I have to go for this. Rook g8, I take on e4, and I get rook e1. Maybe it's actually just good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what we.
And then you went knight g5, knight g4, queen h3, knight e5. And how did you feel now? You went f takes g6, which we were kind of surprised that you ended up your double h pawn.
Yeah, I understand. It was probably a bad choice, but somehow I thought he's threatening gf in some positions. But maybe I should have played something like, I don't know, rook e1.
Well, we thought knight f3 or maybe knight d5 also is a very interesting move.
Yeah, I played knight d5 here.
Ah, you mean you played knight
yeah,
d5.
sorry, you
I mean,
played
in
knight
this
d5,
position.
which was good.
Knight f3.
Yeah, and now you played fg.
Yeah, maybe some move like knight f3 or knight e3, yeah, some positional move.
And how did you guys evaluate this position?
I personally like white. I mean, I don't know.
I also prefer a little bit white.
Little bit white, yeah.
Yeah, I have more space. Maybe I should have played knight e3, yeah.
Also, I think we were analyzing with you instead of knight d5, just knight f3. Very simple way of playing, just to go knight f3.
Yeah, this was my plan first, but I thought maybe he doesn't react, and I wasn't sure how I will proceed.
But the bishop on b7, I mean, it looks quite comfortable for white. I mean, I wouldn't mind at all to play.
Yeah, but
with
what's white's next move? Do you play rook e1 or knight d5, or because if I take on e5, I wasn't sure.
No, I can, king h1, then at some point I will take b3, put all my pawns on white square. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's white is better, but yeah, it's...
yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I quite like white, but yeah, it's not so clear. I agree.
Let's go for critical. So f takes g6. We considered
Because
it was very...
black had quite an amount of interesting move. Instead of e6, I think what was f6 was very interesting. Yeah, what's our
f6.
Yeah. I don't know if you, because okay, here now with your pawn structure, it seems that if black manages to tactically everything, he can be just better. So then f6, g7.
So if I go g7, rook, sorry, g7, rook g8, knight e6, you go rook e8. And
rook e8, yeah. And next bishop c8.
Yeah, because after knight c7, you have there is bishop c8.
Yeah, probably white. Our idea was that white might have to go king h1, bishop c8. I mean, instead of knight c7, yeah, takes, and then king c8, king d7, maybe knight g6, and then...
Yeah, rook g1, king d7, knight f4.
Yeah, rook g1, knight g6, then followed by king d7.
Yeah, man, black is okay, yeah.
Maybe even more than okay, yeah?
Yeah, in this position, yeah. Maybe after f6, if I go knight f7, then black is also probably fine, yeah?
Knight f7, I think even bishop d5 and hg should be very good.
Because the knight on a5 is so strong.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I missed this exchange sacrifice. Yeah, the knight on a5 is a monster, so...
I mean, it should be then g5, knight g6.
No, I just saw I have many options. I mean, I thought it was just playable after f6, but maybe, maybe you should have played f6.
How did you feel after e6? And here, I think knight g4 was very good.
Yeah, I thought I'm slightly better here. Because I couldn't see, because I get rook f6 and I thought his pawns are weak, but at the same time...
Here we didn't quite understand also c4. I mean, why not rook h4 immediately? Because
rook h4 was what I was expecting. I think you should play rook h4.
Because it looks like it's losing almost a tempi c4.
Yeah, c4 was very strange.
Might be a very useful tempi also.
And later on, we were thinking that, probably you have actually a very nice position. And at this point, we were very optimistic that actually you will win the game.
Really? I thought I lost my advantage when I took on b7. I was disappointed by myself. I thought maybe I should play like rook f2 instead of taking on... but here I thought... Rook f2.
Isn't it a pawn up?
Rook d4?
No, we were looking rook
d4 was my
d4,
king g2.
Take on b4?
King g3. Looks like a very dangerous endgame for black. I don't know if it's winning or not, but very dangerous because king enters, and black's king is very weak. It's always under attack.
Yeah, obviously missed this idea. What about rook b1 here?
Yeah,
king g4. That's exactly the line we were.
Check.
King f5.
Let's say, I don't know, g4.
Yes, and now, well, you have maybe king g6.
Rook c7.
Yeah, g3 next.
Yeah, but still it's very, very dangerous position. Even for rooks, No, even e5, g3 takes, king goes through. It's very, very dangerous position. Yeah, rook f6 is also good, I mean, I had it with Karpov, something very similar once.
Yeah,
even here, white has chances. Okay.
I think even here it's, I mean, okay, maybe not here exactly. Yeah, but even this, I had very similar one with Karpov and we adjourned. It was a time of adjournment and it was close to loss. He managed to save it, but it was very, very difficult.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't understand that.
Because the king is cut and you want rook f6, e6, rook e2, and any exchange of the rooks is winning and I thought that was a very good chance for white.
Okay. I didn't understand that. My move was just just bad. And I thought I'd lost my advantage. So then
basically, you just didn't realize that you can play for a win, no?
after I took on b7, I was disappointed by myself. Maybe I should play this rook f2 here. I was not sure. Bishop c6, because I took on b7 because I thought this bishop is strong. But I mean,
yeah.
But actually, yeah, also.
I mean, humanly, I think it's very normal to take on b7. I was also not sure about b4. I mean, why not immediately rook f2, for example?
But then he rook d1 and rook g4 I was afraid of.
Rook d1, rook g4.
That was my problem. I was going to play rook f2, but then...
Rook g4, king f3,
Engage.
rook f4, king a2.
Yeah, takes.
Yeah, but also might be dangerous because this e-pawn, yeah, it's hard to say. It takes.
Maybe he
a2
takes
check.
e2 and a2.
King a3. No, king e3. I give up all pawns. Yeah, I want to
But
queen. No, yeah, I doubt. I agree with you. I doubt. But I want
The rook
king
d6 you want, yeah?
No, I wouldn't give so many
No,
pawns.
no, yeah, that's not
charity.
enough. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe as you said, rook f2 after rook h7, then it's possible because he doesn't have rook g4. I didn't realize my chance.
Okay, so you agreed to a draw and then you had your playoff, which was quite hectic, I must say.
Yeah, finally I
But
managed to get a playoff.
Yeah. I mean, there were some crazy moments.
Yeah, for sure. I sacrificed a piece. I mean, objectively, of course, black should be okay. But
Yeah, but here I think if you just put, position the pawn, bishop on c4 and pawn on b3, I think was a quite considerable advantage. I mean, not to hurry too much. Let's say here, bishop c4, b3, and then you have all, or even a few moves earlier. I think once you manage it, that's what my feeling is.
I agree. Queen f3 was a very stupid move, I think.
Or after queen b, yeah. So then it's because it's difficult to create any counterplay, really.
Yeah, I should have never allowed bishop b5 because after bishop b5 it became difficult.
Yeah,
Like
it became
b4, b3, true.
But then it got, yeah, you played very imaginatively. The sacrifice here, I think it was quite already interesting and unclear.
But then after g4, bishop
After g4, we thought of rook c6, maybe a very strange idea, but
Interesting. I didn't think.
might be quite dangerous because or king g2, g4 first, or here, yeah, because then it's not so easy to, especially here, not so easy maybe to stop the b pawn.
So what happens if if your rook moves, you have bishop f7, yeah. So
No, bishop f7 you don't have because bishop...
Not immediately, but there are lots of tricks, yeah, so to say here. I mean, now, I mean...
Actually, maybe f3.
f3 to just get the king out because it's cut, and then you can threat bishop f7.
Because
Or
now
g4.
black's pieces are really out of, discoordinated, yeah.
Yeah, I think just in 1 minute, when opponent has 1 minute, this position is not so easy to play.
Of course, yeah.
Because bishop f7. It's okay, but
Yeah, anyway, it was a lot of excitement, was a very nice fight. Something I've predicted yesterday, that it will be a very interesting fight.
yeah, I'm happy it was an interesting fight. Although the classical game, I was hoping for more, but happy to win the Armageddon.
Well, congratulations for today. What are your plans for tomorrow?
There is some program here for the players. They're going to surprise us. They're going to take us somewhere to.
Well, Vladimir, we have to wrap up. It was a day with a lot of interesting games and some sad stories in some ways because, well, for Fabiano, I just felt that, of course, you can always lose against Magnus. That's not a question.
Yeah.
But somehow it seemed like it was not a necessary loss, at least not this way how it happened.
Yes, I think you feel bad. I know myself, I've lost more than one game in such a manner, and then it's just that you know what happens. I guess you also know this feeling, Judith, yeah? When you come back into your room and you just trying to understand why did I play this move, why did I play that move, because I didn't want it, I didn't like it, but for some reason I've played it. Yeah, did you have this feeling sometimes?
Yeah, that simply things you don't understand why it went that way as it went.
For me, it's sometimes just that simply I just don't know why did I play this move. I mean, I absolutely cannot reconstruct my way of thinking process before. Yeah, and so I guess something like this is happening now to Fabiano, because it's really a couple of his moves are really difficult decisions. Quite difficult to explain, but okay, it's life, it's just one game. He's still doing well in the tournament, he's still in the leading group. I mean, so he still has chances to win the tournament, and tomorrow is a rest day. So
yeah, of course, but it was an upsetting day for him, but actually he's a player who can get over it even if tomorrow there would be a round, and especially with the free day. Still the tournament situation is still great for him. He started with 2 classical game win, and then it was one game he did not win. In the playoff he lost, and then today, well, it can happen anytime, right? To lose against Magnus. Then we had another interesting game. Firuza is every day he's making some interesting messy positions, some creative idea. He had no problem at all in the opening against Aranyan. But in the contrary, in the Armageddon game, he had huge problems, and actually he could get mated at some point very clearly.
I think that was already good enough compensation for his game against Magnus, yeah. It was as lost probably as he was winning against Magnus, so I think it was quite fair.
That's true.
Finally, the result, but of course it's a very big disappointment for Levon, who was, had a winning position, much more time and everything going his way, and all of a sudden something have happened and he lost control, maybe on his nerve and on the position, but still he is also in the leading group. I mean, nobody lost his chances, for the first place, nobody at least from the top 4 players.
And of course, with the system what we have here at Norway Chess, that with the classical game win, you score 3 points. This means that actually, even until the very end, if you're very close in points, anything can happen. And today, finally, the 2 players, the youngsters, they were having the clash against each other. And as it was a draw in the classical game, both of them finally got the scores. And at the end, Ariane was somehow played better. I'm not sure I can say that, but whether he played so much better, but somehow he could convert his opportunities into victory today in the Armageddon.
Yes.
So they both scored at least finally.
They both had the chances, yeah, but somebody had to win, yeah.
Exactly. So the standing after round 4 is that before the free day, the world champion took the lead again in this tournament with 9 points. And then we're having Aronyan with 8 points. We have Fabiano and Alireza with 7, tying for 3rd and 4th. And then in the bottom, we have Ariane, who won the Armageddon 1.5, and Jan Christoph 1. I think for the players, of course, at the bottom, they are very happy that they are finally scored something. And then tomorrow after the free day, they recharge their batteries and they play better. And in round 5, I see we're going to have, after the free day, Jan is going to play against Magnus. It's not going to be an easy challenge for him, that's for sure. There are no easy games in any round. Alireza going to play with Ariane, and Fabiano with Levon Aronyan, which is going to be quite a challenging match again, I believe. And what do you want to add something to this round?
I want to announce good news to all our spectators, that they can have a little rest from us for one day. But bad news is that it's not going to be for too long, because very soon we are back. At least I'm back the day after tomorrow, and we will continue commenting this tournament for you, which is very, very interesting. I find lots of interesting games and dramas going on, and even the tournament situation is still very, very unclear. So let's have a rest. Let players rest. Let us rest a little bit and gain energy for all those dramatic turns of events which we have every day, and follow this tournament. Come watch our streams. We will follow together the tournament from the day after tomorrow, the same time as usual, 5 o'clock European time. We are all inviting you all again to watch this really, I believe, really exciting tournament.
Well, I have to admit that I really had a great 4 days in the first 4 rounds commentating with you. It's a great joy. I can say it's a great entertainment for myself, and I see that we have a lot of viewers who are following us on YouTube, and there are over 100K.
Yeah. If not me, maybe it would be even more, but still.
So we are very happy for the audience who are following us and who are staying with us for shorter or longer time. For now, I will be not here on round 5 because I'm going to have the Global Chess Festival, which I organize every year annually on the second Saturday of each October. And as the tournament was postponed from the summer to this date, I would not cancel that event. So I also would like to invite everybody to join the Global Chess Festival online. We are going to have fantastic programs, including Vladimir. We made a recorded discussion about his ideas and the DeepMind idea, how to possibly change some of the rules in chess. I also had a great talk with Garry Kasparov. We have the 3 Polgar sisters. And definitely be here with Vladimir, and also
yes,
I will be repeating.
I think we are. Of course, we cannot find sufficient substitute to Judith, but we will try to have a very interesting and strong player commenting the day after tomorrow for 1 day. We are still keeping in secret the name of the player, but you'll not be disappointed. And then from the round 6, Judith will come back, and everything will be back as you want it to be.
So on October 10th on Saturday, you can enjoy the Chess Connects Us experience online with the festival event, but definitely don't miss out at 5 p.m. together with Vladimir, and I will be back on Sunday. So enjoy the evening. Thanks for watching us.
See you.
Bye.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hoffmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.